Good morning everybody. Still setting up but spotting this DHL departure, which I'm assuming is a 75. Not got my specs on yet. Ooh. Very foggy, so we're not quite sure how this is going to work out, but as they always say, you've got to be in it to win it. Grateful if somebody could let me know in the chats whether I'm okay sound wise. I might have to tweak a couple of bits. We're getting the rotation off pretty good. Bit of wing fluff and then off into the soup. Just fired a quick snap off there, folks, do indulge me. Looks like it's their world's best workplace livery. One for the scrapbook. So I'll stay with this till we get it off the deck. We're a bit earlier than the advertised start time, so like I say, I'm a little bit behind the curve. Hope you're doing fine. Saturday and all that. As I say, I'm not yet visually in the chat yet, but I think it was right to try and get some eyes on this. What a morning, eh? When I was checking the forecast, I think I said this in the post, there was a 20% chance of rain between 7 and 8, but other than that, okay, no indication of fog. But when we set out, bonus footage here being Eddie didn't think he could make it, but now he is here with me today, although he's in the car at the minute on with a different mission. Bit of breakfast, I think. So I'm just going to hold us here for a sec while I keep firing this show up. We did think about diverting to Glasgow but I think they've got the prospect of heavy rain in the latter part of the morning, and when we last looked it was misty rather than foggy, and not being desperately keen to discover the difference between mist and fog, we figured we'd roll the dice here. It kind of feels like it's improving. I mean, we're going to be very reliant on flight radar. There's absolutely no chance of visual. It's almost shades of Schiphol again, except we can see a bit more on approach. Anyway, looks like we're going to go when we get go with this. Michelle Johnson, I hope you're here to see this. You'll be able to catch it on the highlights, Michelle, if you've not, but a bit of freight action for you. I know it's not quite West Atlantic, but can't whack a good DHL. Rotation. Very obliging pilot, thank you very much. Look at that wing fluff. Thank God. It's like somebody switched the lights out. So at the minute I haven't got anything to show you, which is unfortunate, but let's just park you over there for the moment. I just thought I might as well go live to cam, be a bit more sociable. So, good morning one and all. I'll avoid opening the show up formally for the minute because we're a bit earlier. Let's have a look. In the chat, good morning Ken Alloway. How are you, my friend? Hope your visitors are settling in. Wislandia, welcome back, mate. Met Office says fog to 9 AM. AccuWeather doesn't seem to include the fog as something they rate on each hour. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to play it as it goes. We have got a fallback plan, so if we decide, and you the viewers decide, that actually this ain't working for you, we will divert to, not Glasgow, because I think, as I was saying earlier, it's not quite so good there. We will divert to Newcastle. We've got what we think will be the etchings of a show there that we can do for you, with decent numbers and everything. Good morning, Nell W. How are you doing? Happy Saturday and all that? Rainer, good morning to you, my friend. Yep, that looks a lot of caffeine there, and I reckon that's what we want. We came a slightly different way here, so I didn't end up with my customary caffeine infusion at Newbridge McDonald's, but we'll work out a way around that later. There's a Holiday Inn Express just at the back of me, which is, you know, roughly where we parked. Okay, El Zorro Eterno. Is Eddie here today? Yes, Eddie is here. I think at the minute he is sitting in the car eating some breakfast. He actually has some serious business to do in terms of the emoji. We did the emoji poll obviously last week, and we were going to announce the results today. Oh, I see something taxiing out. It's a Dreamliner. I'm pretty sure that is a Dreamliner. Folks, this is why sometimes you get the odd pat on the back, don't you? So yeah, El Zorro, Eddie is here. Ali Bye, good morning mate, hope you're keeping well. Alexandra Wood, we'll come to proper hellos in a bit. Alexandra, welcome back, so glad you are with us. Right, Tony McCall, hello my friend. Although the bottom 1/3 of the TV mast at Black Hill is fog bound, yeah, we're just going to have to see how this goes, aren't we really? Very unsettling. Yeah, I think certainly I've seen it, my own personal exposure as well, plus what you'll have seen on other streams. Polder Barn, very foggy. Michelle, I hope you caught that DHL, Michelle. I thought of you when I started the camera up. Plain sailing, Eddie's in the chat, Eddie's in the house. Deborah Speller, good morning Deborah, how are you doing? Josh Scott, welcome back my friend. Oh my lord, I'll do the rest of it the other side because you'd obviously rather be looking at this than me. So we now get 2 Qatari flights a day, Qatar Airways Dreamliner. So this came in around 6 o'clock-ish I think. And of course, if we get to do our normal run time, we will be showing you the next flight out. Well, we'll see the arrival actually, the next incomer. So we get 2 of these today. Not the most helpful livery scheme, is it, for a foggy day? Not that I'm sure that was front and centre of a Middle Eastern based airline's thinking when they were liverying up, looking at the swatches. Anyway, that's good. Back to the chats. I think Eddie was worried I'd miss this, an early telescope. But remember Ali Bye and Ken, I am going to claim mitigation. It's a foggy day. I think even my glasses seem to want a regular wipe. It's not too bad for condensation, but for some reason my glasses are certainly picking up the water vapour. Anyway, look at that, beautiful. Rainer, that is an awful lot of coffees, mate. I reckon I'd definitely like to help you out with some of that action. I mean, I'm tea first me, but usually when I get this end of the show, I'm definitely coffee. Political bias, good morning to you my friend. Oh blimey, bit of action, here we go. Bit of ATR for you folks. See, there's enough of that in the shot, isn't there? There's a particularly pungent smell of Brussels sprouts, cooked Brussels sprouts at the minute, and I quite like the sprouts, although as we discovered the other day, some of my other culinary tastes are not universally admired. So So I'm wondering if some of the in-flight catering facilities nearby are at an advanced state of readiness. Where's our Dreamliner gone? Let's get caught up. Oh, loving the heavy emoji. I'm seeing that Eddie's weighed in, Ken's weighed in. Oh my lord, let's get back into sequential order though. So political bias, good morning. Yes, definitely say good morning to UPB. Oh, hang on, I better concentrate on the task in hand to a point, hadn't I? I can see a Loganair taxiing out as well. I'll rely on, well, it might not even be showing as usual on flight radar, I guess. I'm kind of belt and braces the show at the minute, so I kind of set up expecting we might end up having to rod it up, but it kind of looks like we might be in with a shot. Lovely. And then on goes the cloaking device. There's that Loganair Embraer 145 that I was talking about, on the road to somewhere. Let's see if they're friendly pilots or studiously concentrating on their day jobs. More day job people really. Can't fault them. So folks, that's me trying to keep up with the chat and pan. Okay. So, welcome to anyone that's just joined us. I'm Mark, your host of Plain Sailing Aviation, here at a rather foggy Edinburgh airport. My son Eddie is also with us. Oh, got an arrival coming in as well. Let's see how this peaks soon. Ah, lovely. I think we're going to get plenty of wing fluff today. Where's my Loganair disappeared to? Right, I might have a couple of minutes to catch the chat. Let's have a look. Alexandra, sound is not the best. Let me just make a tweak on sound, see what I can do. Too quiet, too loud. We'll see how that goes. Alexandra, do let me know on that. Wex got in touch with me yesterday, so we've got we're just setting up my exchange of my hardware, which has been a pain in my life. So for those who don't know, I can't monitor my own sound outputs at the minute, so apologies if the sound is not perfecto or closer to it. It's a bit tricky. I tend to use the same settings, which puts me in the ballpark, but every day is different, and I do like to know for certain how the sound is going. Everything's mic'd up as it should be this end. So I'm a bit out of sequence. Josh Scott, yeah, I enjoyed Newcastle too. I'm glad you did, mate. Welcome back to us. Hopefully you're going to enjoy today too. I'm already getting a happier feeling. Eddie and I were pretty glum when we sort of got the last sort of 25 miles, when it dawned on us we were definitely collecting the fog. Michelle's giving those emojis a good outing. Oop, blimey. I think the fence might have snagged me there. So not quite as scenic this side, no question about that. If you say to me where is my preferred position here, it's always going to be Kirkliston side of the runway. I just like looking at the Pentland Hills, but to be fair, no one's going to be looking at the Pentland Hills today, are they? So I can hear something taxiing out. That might be the Jet 2 that Alexandra called earlier. Alexandra, yeah, that's good. Sounds okay then, or thereabouts. Like I say, folks, do sing it up in the chat. I can sort of tweak us a bit. I'm more concerned I'd be peaking potentially, i.e. too loud at points. There's always a risk if I step away from the microphone that I go a little bit faint. So I'm not running with a lapel mic. I can't monitor my own sound. I didn't want to have too many movable parts. So plenty of brisk action early doors, which is nice, and it's definitely brightening up. I think I saw Nell's comment in the chat. Yeah, it feels much better. I'm pretty optimistic now. I'm guessing, Eddie, you're still in the car. Can we set up the in-stream poll? If you look in Canva, you'll see the picture that I've got with the four things that we're polling on. It will tell you what each option is, A, B, C and D. If you're able to set that up, that would be great, mate. We didn't bother setting it up because we thought actually we were going to be aborting the show pretty early. Let's take a more leisurely look at things. Good morning, Paul Usher. How you doing, buddy? Layla Bergman, good morning to you. Keir Christie, hello. Welcome to the show. Procession of planes on the way out. Looks like we've hit the rush hour. Yeah, Michelle, I think they might be blanching the veg. Although it's gone now, so it's almost like they've taken the lid off a saucepan or something. Working my way through the chat. I apologise if I've not yet said hello. I'm still sort of setting up. Obviously we're not running at our published time, and we really were a bit fearful that we were going to end up having a dry net day today, i.e. no show. Yeah, I have tweaked it down a little bit, Michelle, which I think will be better for quality, but if it's still quiet for folks when you've turned your volume up, let me know. Whereas if I have it too loud on my settings, it gets a bit peaky, or it risks that. And like I say, because I can't hear my own sound, I'll not know it's happening. So thanks Alexandra Wood. The Jet 2 737, which is next to go. They must be waiting for something on finals, I'm thinking. It's not lining up yet. Off to Naples, and in the procession we have Ryanair to Brussels, coming your way, Nell, and an EasyJet to Amsterdam. It's your way, Nell. So 2 737s and a 320. and we have a Eurowings A319 off to Dusseldorf. Lovely stuff. Good morning, Cadge Court. Welcome back, my friend. Martin Batchelor, good morning to you. Right, I'm going to take this exact moment to see if I can get the other bits up. Look at that, blended in behind that porter cabin in EasyJet colours. So let's anticipate its forward motion. PB, I'm with you, I love this hat. I've got to the time of year now where I bring the peak cap as well, because obviously getting dazzled by the sun and all that, but it ain't going to be that kind of day today. I've even bought pocket warmers, bought a spare set for Eddie as well, because I think it's just going to keep a chill. Ooh, got a Buzz, you know, a Buzz Airlines, which I think are Ryanair affiliated, aren't they? I saw that was on the list of movements, so bright and vibrant. I think we'll have a bit of that. There we go. Thought I could hear something. Sorry folks, I have not one waking clue what it is, but United! Hey! That'll be our incoming New York flight. And there's our Buzz. Bit of busy delivery for you. It's summary to remind us that it will be summer eventually. So the jet to Naples is now lining up, so I'll cut to that once it is lined up. Oh, that's Chicago, is it, Alibi? Does that mean I've missed the New York one? It probably does, doesn't it? We'll get it going out. Blow me. Good morning, Brian Pounder. How are you, my friend? Settling into the weekend, bank holiday weekend, of course, here in the UK. So, what's not to like? Right. Just see our Naples bound plane about to line up. So, stay with that. Good morning, Mad Batuk 123. Nice to see you again. Welcome back to the show, buddy. This is 737 off to Naples. I'll open the show properly, folks, in a bit, because I've got a few bits and bobs to go through. It's nice, it's a healthy problem to have though, plenty of early action, isn't it? It really is. Well, for a minute I was going to say I think it's getting worse, but no, I actually think it is getting better. Matuk, incredibly generous, my friend. Well, we Charlie Brown, I've just literally, my eyes have dropped on the screen. Thanks, buddy. That is so kind of you and so supportive of the channel. Oh, good stuff. We're off to a right old good roll. Somebody else must be on their way in. I'm not quite caught up with the chat yet, so Jonathan Young, good morning to you, buddy. I hope all is good. Is it the New York plane, I ask myself? Thank you. Sorry, we are absolutely flying by the seat of our pants this morning, but it's such great fun, it's untrue. Normally I like to set up with about 20 minutes in my pocket, half an hour. So Ryanair Brussels 737 should be next out by my calculation. And let's have a look. Brian Pounder was the lucky recipient. Lucky you, Brian Pounder. There's a clue there, mate. Lottery tonight, I think. It's nice when you get something unexpected, isn't it? So yeah, thanks Alexandra for keeping me straight on that United Airlines arrival. I'd got them transposed, hadn't I, with the Chicago one. I knew they were roughly going to be similar time. What's coming this way, I asked myself. Ken, you're right, a beauty. An LW, yes please folks, do give us that support with the like button if you like what you see, of course. We don't want you to hit the like button if you don't like it, but hopefully watching us means that you're enjoying yourself. That's what we try to do for you. So Brussels, here we come. Oh, an Aer Lingus A320 I see. Of course, in such matters, if you know, I'd also ask that you consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed to us. It'd be great to have you with us, and again, likes and subscriptions actually they're free to you, so they're great ways to support the channel. As you'll have seen with Matuk's generous donation and membership, we also have that option. But what we try to be is an inclusive channel, so you know, people support us at the level that they feel they're happiest with. We just like to give you all of the options. Right, EasyJet A320 is lining up for Amsterdam, hit their mark in the end, but we'll stay with this Aer Lingus 320. Good stuff, and it's definitely lifting. Of course, whether that means that we're going to get some rain. I think the rain forecast, apart from the perennial 10% risk, is actually reasonably favourable to us. Again, what I saw this morning at 4 o'clock suggested that we'll probably get to show close without it. Often the forecast moves a little bit to the left or the right, doesn't it? So I suppose if it moves a little bit to the left and comes sooner, it might be a bit trickier. But with Eddie here, we have the brolly plus our wet weather protection anyway. So, all ready to roll for Amsterdam. Ken Alloway, by Jingo. Ken, incredibly generous. Always like to make a note of these things. If you wonder why I suddenly disappear and sound distracted, because I just know by the end of the show my head's generally scrambled. Ken, you're such a great friend to the channel, and I thank you so much. Have a look to see who the lucky recipient is imminently. great start. Yeah, I'd say it's inch by inch lifting on us. Just going to rest the camera somewhere neutral. Thank you, Alexandra Wood. Ryanair 737 from Knock, 5 minutes out. We're going to watch for that. Oh, and Catch Corp is the lucky recipient of Ken's generosity. Catch Corp, welcome aboard, mate. Oh, hang on a minute, there's a buzz in before that, isn't there? Just need to concentrate. Oh, dear me. Bruce, how do you like your winglets? Spicy indeed. Political bias? I ought to know the answer to that question, but I'm hoping somebody else in the chat, be it Ken, Matuk, Nell, can probably tell you with more accuracy. I'm still suffering from what's the word I'm after? The dizziness of excitement. Takes a while for me to simmer down, folks. I think I've probably got extra euphoria because I thought we'd be heading back home, and we're not. Good morning, Mum and Dad, if you're watching. I know you like to look in from time to time. Be remiss of me not to say hi. Right, just parking up for the minute. Let's have a look. Mabatu, Delta Airlines, 59 minutes out. And you know, like those of you who like to watch airline videos, and Rudy usually turns up with a coffee part the way along, usually, doesn't he? Well, here's Eddie.
No, I don't have any coffees today, unfortunately.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, not bad.
Hat in the bag if you want one. A bit chilly.
Is it the pink one?
No, we've not bought the pink one today. I'd have put you in it if we had, for your own well-being. Right, just catching up, mate. Is the polo? Is that one of the spicy wings? I saw the spicy wings, but I didn't want to preempt it. I'm going to open the show proper in a jiffy. Ryanair from Knock on finals. Thanks, Alibi. I will just hedge our position accordingly. Andy P, good morning to you. Yep, this must be the Ryanair from Knock, I imagine. It's been going at a right rattle. It's been quite good. Love that paper. Nice long tail on it. It's amazing, we've got a couple of different bits already. I don't know what you thought. I'm struggling to keep up with things at the minute. John Mackenzie, good morning to you in Hong Kong. Yeah, you just remember the audio, you need to be roughly, yeah. We're just splitting up duties here a little bit. Do you want some pocket warmers?
No. I'll go get the gloves from the car. I think it's too... See, to be fair to the audience, I've only been on the live stream twice, and one was in Dublin and the one last week at Newcastle, and to be fair, both quite fair weather events for streaming. It's been lovely days. This is probably the first bitier one for me.
Yeah, I mean, it was setting with the pop-up we did last weekend, weren't it, with the brolly?
I think it was a lovely day.
But it was, yeah, fundamentally it wasn't this, was it? This is quite nippy. Although, to be honest, at Newcastle Airport the other night when we stayed on for that chewy return, I'm not joking, I think that might have been the coldest I've ever been on a screen. Probably because I hadn't wrapped up to such the same extent, or I've been out when it's been colder. We're just going to cut to the Aer Lingus takeoff as it's rolling. While you're on the chat, you'll have to keep me straight on what might be arriving, because I rely on either the flight radar tab or the mods shouting it out. If you get virtually no warning. Away we go. Tell you what, do you want to do the panning for the minute? Because I'll open the show up. I'll just open up proper. So you zoom up. Just do as you. I'll make sure you're not blindsided on anything. So that's the Madrid close to your heart. That one, Madrid Ryanair departure. Right, let's get back to sound. So good morning, everybody. Well, might as well open the show up formally as a few spots of drizzle start to fall. So welcome to Edinburgh Airport, Saturday 6th of May. I would say a very warm welcome, and it is very warm from our side, myself and Eddie, but it's jolly chilly. Delayed start, so thanks for staying with us and giving us your time. We're going to be on air till about 13:35, culminating, as we like to do at Edinburgh, with the departure of the Delta Airlines 767 to New York. So I'm just looking over my shoulder. I think the fact we're here today is as much to do with the fact that we've got the additional United Airlines 75s, and we have, what's that here? A Eurowings. You might want to go for the brolly, I reckon. There's a good brolly with you, haven't you? Good that. Something. Good morning, Speedbird09. Just seen your entry, so I'm going a bit out of sequence. Right, just going to go to weather mode, folks. Tricky. Just started with some drizzle, folks, so we're just going to swap round on the camera. Eddie's going for brolly. Hopefully it's just a passing inconvenience, but it's a bit wetter than I would cheerfully ignore. Hey up.
The Formula 1 range for pit stop and brolly man plain sailing branded will be out soon.
Yeah.
Please don't take that seriously if you are listening and thinking, oh, that's the thing that I want to get for Christmas. But
I don't think anyone wants that for Christmas.
I think I would like it for Christmas.
Well, I'll make a note of that. Don't be surprised if you get it.
Chief brolly man.
Just let me put that on the shelf, mate. We're going to have to work fairly compactly now. I don't know if this is just a consequence of the fog burning off further up. Can you see any of the chat?
Could have got some see-through bags.
I know. Folks, the tablet is in like a very large size sandwich bag, one of those sort of seal-up ones. But unfortunately we've run out of the plain plastic ones, and this one's got some kind of stripe through it, so Eddie is trying to read the chat through it, so sorry folks. As I say, this is a bit belt and braces this morning, but incredible fun for it. and that's what it should be when all said and done. Right, so I'm just going to peel round. Give me a chance to have a quick look see in the chat, as this won't be going for a few more minutes, so let's just go neutral.
You might want to take the rucksack off.
Sorry?
Like if we're
Oh
gonna
right, yeah, yeah. I might have to put the protector on the back. Dopey Gorp, good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're feeling in good shape. Sorry, we're a little bit behind. It's rattling on at a great pace, which is fantastic. Derek Wilson, good morning to you, Derek. Hope Saturday's good. I think the drizzle's starting to abate a bit, isn't it? Is that just my wishful thinking because you've got a brolly over my head?
A little bit.
Okay. What's I can do? This tablet has a mind of its own, I'm not joking. But never in a good way. Do you mind just rotating the camera a bit, mate? I don't know what's happened here. I'll hold the brolly if you want. Just zoom up. For some reason, I've got a view that I don't want. That's better. So that baby was on its way out to, I think I've seen it in the chat, Dusseldorf. Excellent. Doris Petsus, good morning to you. Right, I think I'm all caught up. I'm going to open the show proper in a sec, folks. Keep threatening to. Trying to get out from under, as the saying goes. Thanks Alexandra Wood. Confirming our next arrival is an EasyJet from Birmingham, an A320. He's well into finals. Try to take the camera. Yep. There you have the So as I've still not managed to open the show in quite the organised way, I am going to go slightly out of sequence, as is my wont. So one of the big things about today, we are incredibly excited to announce that Alexandra Wood has very kindly agreed to join our moderator team. So our all-star team became an all-star +1. So welcome aboard, Alexandra. We will get the blue spanner up. I don't know if Eddie is able to do it on the tablet or whether we'll have to get the laptop out for that. We're going to try and spanner you up. Not a very great term, is it? But absolutely delighted. It's been another one of those little secrets I've been struggling to keep. As you can tell, that's the first thing I've disclosed today. Looks like we might get the opportunity for a bit of in fact, sorry, I'm just doing the okey cokey with the camera, trying to work out where best to rest it. Let's rest it on the tower for a minute. Don't worry folks, still here. I'm just wondering why this tablet is taking on its own set of instructions. We'll work that one out in due course. Anyway, so I think when I was last talking, I was explaining we'd finish around 1:35 with Delta's outgoing 767. Also should give us the incoming Dreamliner that is scheduled to come in at 1:15 with Qatar Airways. Weather dependent as always, but we'll tough it out if the rain turns up early. It is a east northeasterly wind here. It's pretty steady at 7 miles an hour, just over 6 knots. Very foggy, that wasn't expected, but you know, that's the nature of the game. Gusts at 10 miles an hour, 8.7 knots, so wind not really a factor today. 10% chance of rain. We've got, I would say, very, very light drizzle on the go at the minute. It does rise more sharply from around midday, 1 o'clock last time I looked. We'd started at the original time 110 movements, which is a good number, 57 arrivals, 53 departs. A couple of good biz jets in there, a Flexjet Bombardier Global Express due in at around 9:03, and we also have a FlexiFlight Cessna Citation 525 due later on this morning. Lufthansa A319 in Star Alliance livery, folks, which I'm quite excited about. That's due in around 10:10, and it's just a great range of planes really. Airlines like KLM, British Airways, Loganair, Aegean, Sun Express, Norwegian, Turkish Airlines. No such luck with the triple with them, but I did look, it's an A321 again. Aer Lingus and Edelweiss, my favourite, which went out just as I was setting up. Right, I'm going to do this in no particular order. Let's have a good way of doing this. Right, the in-stream poll, that's set up, is it? Yep. Eddie, nice one. So just bear with me, people. I know Ken doesn't like me pressing any buttons, but I'm probably going to have to press one. Just bear with me. And where have we got to? So we've got a winglet poll today, which we thought would be good fun, although oddly I really should take more care when I'm setting up, so we'll just have to do this the best way it does. So hopefully you can see the just a bit of a picture representation for you, those of you who, I know there's some very learned people in the show, but you know, option A, Charclit, option B, wingtip fence, option C, swept-back, or option D, split scimitar, get the words out, Mark. it just seemed to be a good idea. Ewan was asking questions about wingtips on the last show, and as we like to be more of a viewer-led and responsive channel, it kind of made sense to do a bit of a poll, so hopefully you'll enjoy that. So let's bring us back to terra firma. We've also got later in the show some fantastic pics that Ken Alloway, who's very much our man in Prestwick, has got from Donald Trump's recent visit to Prestwick Airport. So Trump Force One will be on show shortly. We'll hold that back for a little bit. And there was something else I know is on my mind today, our props emoji, of course, and the option 1 was the winner. We were hoping to get an infographic up on today's show, but just can't get it to fire up this morning, so you'll have to indulge us with that one, or forgive us should I say. Option 1 came out at 65%, option 2 25%, option 3 10%. Anyway, the long story short, Eddie tells me it's now available. Is that correct, Eddie?
Yeah, it's now available for use, so next time you see a prop in action at Edinburgh today, feel free to hit that emoji button.
So there you are, folks, another emoji to tinker with.
Yeah, flex jet.
And here's our flex jet zooming on in. Is it 9 o'clock-ish already?
Yep.
Blinking heck. You have to watch me, folks. I'm imagining it's 7:45 and we started when we said we were gonna. So this with the Bombardier Global 6000. Pretty smart, I think you'll agree. Right, see an EasyJet trundling out. So, a nice baby bush trip to Bristol. Going short, I think, as well, that's my hunch. Of course, we're not going to see it off the deck if that happens, I wouldn't have thought. All the hallmarks are going short. No? Pulled that one wrong, Mark, not for the first time in my live stream career. Can you hear the? No, it sounds like, I always say it sounds like the blinking penguin off the Batman. Shows bird patrols out there, putting the fear of God in. Simon Kirby, good morning to you, my friend. Hope all is good. Right, so looks like this Bristol bound plane is going to get to go without delay. So warm welcome and good morning from Edinburgh Airport. Delayed start for us, but the action is unfolding, which is great. Thank you for joining us, Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm your host through till around 13:35, Mark, and Eddie is with me today as well, so we're co-hosting the show, aren't we, Edward? Eddie, you there?
Yes.
Just checking you were paying attention. I think it's that breakfast you were scoffing in the car. I'll give us a tower shot, as I've gone on record as saying I do like these wasted towers. Thanks, Alexandra. Oh, let's get your spanner sorted out. That's what I was going to be doing. Can we do that from here? Alexandra, you should be all blue spannered up. Sorry, I had one of my momentary lapses. Good to hear, Simon, you're doing good. Sorry to hear, Rhino, I've not caught the front end of it, that you're not doing so good, mate. You're a great friend of the channel, so I hope things pick up for you. Speedbird 009, Edinburgh, I can vouch for. If you're going to do Edinburgh and Prestwick, although I think you're saying either or, Glasgow's quite handy along the route as well. It's really like just a great part of the world for plane spotting. I mean, Ken's our expert with Prestwick. I've only been there once, and I had a great day then as well. Unexpected things turned up, and I love that kind of thing. Great to see you're also chatty in the chat. I can't keep up with the pace of the game. It's brilliant. It's a nice feeling. I always say it's such great company on this show, and I really mean that. I mean, I've got Eddie with me today, but in truth, there you go, Alexandra's blue spannered up. Good stuff, Alexandra. Mark at North Sky, good morning to you, buddy. When we looked at possibly diverting to Newcastle, if the fog was going to banjax us here, it was showing fog on flight radar there, and it was certainly foggy when we left home. What's it doing at the minute? Yeah, Andy P, I'm honestly, I've been at 6s and 7s since we set up. You know that feeling when you really think, having travelled over 2 hours, that you might end up being thwarted? It's kind of like a little bit crushing momentarily. It kind of shakes your normal batting order of logic out the window. But well, it's good to see that. Well, we've done all right with the weather recently, to be fair, but it always leaves you on the cusp of your seat. Looking at the interchange between Ken and Speedbird. Speedbird will show you some of Ken's pics later. I'm limited by how many I can get onto my drive, but I've got, as they call it, the Trump Force 1 and a KC 135 and a C17, I think, in there as well. In fact, there's a shot which I've not used because I didn't think it would work the same for the visual presentation on the broadcast, where it looks, and Ken will be more eloquent with this, it almost looked like a convention of military planes. It was an ungodly number of tankers. It was about half a dozen, Ken, or something in that region. Ah, the fog's left Concert. Well, there you go. Maybe it's a bit like here. It's just going to take itself off. Let's hope so. Well, the pause I was looking for earlier on has materialised, folks, so it looks like we've got a small gap in play. When I went through the numbers, I wasn't expecting anything substantial. I can see we've got an EasyJet. I'm assuming it's an A320. Yeah, from Gatwick is 10 minutes out. Oh, hang on a minute. And stand by, folks. We'll have Aer Lingus with one of their ATR 72. So chance to get that emoji early deployment is also inbound in around 15 minutes time. So great opportunity to put the emoji to work. What can I see here? Something's fired up on the deck. Ryanair 730. Oh, what's it say? Operated by Malta Air, but it's showing the picture is Ryanair liveried. I know we get a Malta Air later.
Yeah, I think it's definitely operating for Ryanair, because if I remember correctly, it's after Wheeze, I think.
Yeah, that's right. About 10 to 12, I thought that was due.
So I'd imagine if it was under the Malta Air operations, it's probably more likely to head back out to Malta itself. So I think it probably is just doing a bit of a favour for the, well, doing its share of the Ryanair group.
Yeah. Either which way, it's transponding for Toulouse, so all good.
Good morning to you as well, Carl Shield. Nice to see you back in the chat.
Welcome, Carl. Yeah, I was going further back up the chat. Andy P's comment at 7:30, thinking, oh yeah, you know, dead right, mate. We were definitely crestfallen, weren't we? We kept thinking, why is the fog not going? We sat in the car, we had a bit of a conference. We were considering going straight on to Glasgow, weren't we? That was one of the things we looked at, and in the end we kind of figured we'd probably get burned if we chased it, and we might get lucky here.
Could have had an impromptu meet up with Ken as well. I even checked the Prestwick on the flight radar, seeing if for some reason we're going to get lucky of a 747 convention.
You see, that would have been something. I don't know what the signal's like around Prestwick, but can you imagine if we pivoted to Prestwick and just caught a sweet spot of some unscripted action, plus the legend that is Ken Alloway?
Well, yeah, I just sometimes, like last week, it's the thrill of the chase, isn't it? So you just never know what you're going to see at airports like Prestwick. I think there is a cargo look 747 coming in. It's either later on today or Sunday, because it doesn't look like there's a lot of scheduled flights for passengers, but like we say, you can see all kinds of military aircraft, impromptu visits, Donald Trump's Boeing 757 by the sounds of it as well.
Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. It's a fantastic place. I'll tell you what was interesting, because my data's previously been stale on this, so last night when I was doing my homework ahead of the show, I had a quick look to see if they published the consolidated data set for passenger numbers for 2022. Up to now it's just been available in individual months, and as much as I like my data, not enough to sit there adding it all up. Anyway, long story short, Scotland's busiest airport remains Edinburgh, UK's 5th busiest in 2022. Behind, do you rather go at this one, Eddie? See how close you get?
I'll go from top to bottom. I think it's easier that way. So I think London Heathrow number 1.
Yeah. Good start, good opener.
Number 2, I'm going to say, based on the fact I've read a lot of headlines
He's
about...
trying to read over my shoulder, folks.
No, not at all. I've read a lot of headlines that Gatwick had a lot of trouble last summer. So based on that, my instinct says Manchester.
Nah, what would you have said if your instinct hadn't taken you there? You'd have said
London Stansted.
Yeah, Gatwick. You were
shopping.
Gatwick. So Gatwick, followed by
Manchester,
followed by Manchester, followed by
London Stansted.
Yeah, and this is the one that I really hadn't got. So try number 5.
You said it's Edinburgh, right?
Well, we are 5, 4. I've lost count. 1,
No,
2,
so
3, 4. Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah,
so 6 then. You asking?
Do you know something? I realise I've lost count because no, it would be we're 5th, but behind us was Luton.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to my neighbours last night who used to live around that area originally, and Luton was their local airport, and they were telling me that it's a good airport to live near. Apparently there's a lot of cheap flights. EasyJet, I think, is the main operator out of Luton, so obviously Stansted well known to be the home of Ryanair, and I think EasyJet, although I don't know if they've pivoted operations out to Bristol.
I've just seen Alexandra's exit from the chat. So Alexandra, enjoy the coronation. Catch you next time out. Carl Shield says Donald Trump is in Ireland. I suppose he's continuing his inspection of golf courses, perhaps. He's got a fair portfolio.
Or he's just enjoying the beauty that is the the island and Scotland, and he doesn't ever seem to spend much time in England, does he? He doesn't. Never seen the Trump 757 landing at East Midlands Airport.
He obviously hadn't got an invite for the coronation, had he?
Well, it would appear not.
Michelle, I mean, this side we're on the showground side of the airport. I'm going to rotate the camera just because I know we've got that incoming Gatwick flight. Can't be far off. So obviously you're looking terminal side there. Fire station in the foreground, and then single runway. We're usually the opposite side of the runway, over at somewhere probably about where the camera is there, but on the very far side, so I'm not really giving you a great view, but there's a plane to show you, so let's go with that.
Just seen in the chat as well that Simon Kirby saying that, is it Wizz Air? I misread that one. Yeah, Wizz Air also operate a lot of flights out of Luton, and apparently it's BizJet Haven as well.
Oh, interesting. I was looking to do a stream from there, but I saw Chris from Speedbird had an unfortunate experience. Was he streaming from a car park area or something, got asked to move? Don't think he's been back since, so I don't know if that reflects the fact that there are relatively few vantage points. Anyway, I was saying as we wait for this Ryanair Toulouse flight to come on out, although it's operated by Malta Air, but it's in standard Ryanair livery. Where are we going with this one? I don't know where I was going with this one. Long story short, anyway, back to where we are. Single runway here, and we're operating from the 06 end. So actually, Michelle, back to your original point, it will have a slightly more surreal feel to it, because there is, as you can see, very little background scenery whatsoever. Although it's improving all the time, I think it's going to be that kind of show really where we don't get a lot. So I'm going to stay with this, the outgoing Toulouse plane, but keep my eye over my shoulder for the incoming EasyJet A320 from Gatwick. Going back to Simon's comment, I think I was watching some of Lewis's at London plane spotting stream yesterday from Gatwick, and I think he said that when some of these, not Gatwick Stansted, but some of these planes have dropped off, they then go on to Birmingham and Luton potentially to park up.
Enjoy your trip around Scotland, Speedbird 009, and great to see you later on if you can make it.
Wait, Speedbird 009 popping by here, or?
I think he means he'll be back in the stream later on.
Oh right, I'm going to say.
I imagine if he's on holiday, I mean, I love it down here, but
yeah.
I don't think we're in the tourist guide yet for Scotland to come and see plain sailing streaming from Edinburgh.
I'm thinking that picture I put up with a community post wouldn't entice you out, would it really? I'm going to have to deploy pocket warmers, I think. I think we've reached that point. Do us a favour, mate. Would you mind popping these in my rucksack? And then if you'd like a pocket warmer, more, so much more, or you just give me your own pockets. Important the cloth stays dry though, because that's how we're going to keep the condensation at bay. In fact, let's just wham it in. It's great when we're double-handed like this. It really does help a lot. He said, no, I can't remember where I put my pocket warmers. Right, found them. These are what I should have had at Newcastle the other day. Should have a contingency pack. That's what I told myself on the way home. Although my hands are now too cold to blinking well open.
That Ryanair is taking a rather slow trundle down to take-off point.
I think that's because it's expecting the EasyJet to show.
but of course that does mean we are breathing in some beautiful aviation fuel here.
Yeah folks, you know I like my Jet A1 and we are getting a bit. Oh crikey, keep up with the tail fin, Mark. I'm just shaking life into my pocket warmers. Yeah, that's holding in it, no question. Well short though. It's almost like the brakes don't work, so he's just running the speed off. Right. I can hear something. Perhaps it's just planes in my head.
We've got an EasyJet on final from Gatwick, called out by Alibi, so we're just having a look, straining our eyes into that Scottish fog to see if we can see
just hitting Newbridge now, so I think we'll be eyes on it soon. Do you want to bring this one down? Yeah, have a good one, Speedbird. Back to Simon Kirby. Yeah, security asked him to move, but strangely there was another guy streaming from Luton on Wednesday and security passed him by. Yeah, we find this at Newcastle sometimes, if I'm honest, in terms of enforcement of parking regulations by the spotting point. Sometimes the police will move you on and sometimes they don't. Weather forecast, so visibility at 1700 metres. Feels about right, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I reckon that's probably about bob on. Temperature 9 degrees, not sure, feels colder than that. I think it's one of those classic feels like things, so you're going to stay with the Toulouse flight as well, mate. And then we get the Emoji City. I'll let you get back on the chat for the emojis as you've done the hard work with the art. Oh, they are singing, mate. I don't know if the bird patrols put them off a little bit. Sorry Mathematic, I may have moved away from the microphone a little bit. Hope you can hear me now. I was saying thank you for the weather forecast and the fact that visibility is about, as you say, 1700 metres. Feels colder than 9 degrees though. Yeah, I think we're probably stripping the range out of this a little bit in terms of where I stand.
So which winglets are we looking at on this Ryanair?
They look like sweatbacks to me. Thanks Simon. It is tricky because Eddie and I are moving around each other. Matter. Very helpful because obviously we only know what's happening in the minute, but in terms of what's coming our way. Nice one, Eddie. MF, good morning to you. I don't think I've said hi. I'm Mark and I don't think we've met before, but if we have, forgive me. I do get forgetful. Now I know we've got that Aer Lingus ATR 72-ish coming in, so welcome to anyone that's recently joined the stream. You are with Mark and Eddie here at Edinburgh International Airport. Slightly late start to the show, as you'll work out from the background. It's foggy but improving all the time, so it's good enough for us to see what we need to see, but somewhat short of being the optimal plane spotting experience in terms of suntans anyway. Oh, that's good to know, Alibi 58. KLM Embraer diverted from Aberdeen on finals. Right, that is bonus footage. It gives you an idea really, doesn't it, that if you go chasing the weather it's not always better anywhere else. Like I say, the prospect at Newcastle wasn't promising earlier. Right. It can't be far. In Embraer 190 standard, can't be far now. It looks like it's got good flight radar just over Newbridge, home of my favourite McDonald's when I do my standard show planning. Yeah. I wonder if we'll pick up anything else then from Aberdeen. I feel sorry for everybody that finds themselves in Edinburgh that was expected to be in Aberdeen though. You kind of forget that although obviously for us it's more planes to see, somebody else has had their travel plans severely bent out of shape. Oh, here we go. That's poking itself out the blue. Sorry folks. Can't get my fingers going. ATR can't be far behind. We'll stay this way because we've got the Aer Lingus ATR 72 inbound from Dublin. And remember folks, we've got a new emoji at our disposal for that one, for our members, so please do make free with it. That was one we chose for a members poll as well, so we're trying to give you what you wanted, so hopefully that will appeal. Oh, hang on a minute.
It's good news for fellow East Midlander Simon Kirby, and a big thank you to Madmatic123 for that very generous gifted membership.
Thank you so much, my friend. You've already been generous once today and twice is above and beyond, so thank you so much. We are absolutely chuffed, mate. Thank you. Fantastic support to the channel. Now the next question is, who's the lucky recipient?
It's
oh sorry, I was there.
fellow East Midlander Simon Kirby.
I know it appears that me and Eddie are in the same space, but literally my mind was on something else. I can hear Eddie saying something positive to Simon. Simon, excellent.
Good morning, Wayne Hartshawn as well. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning, Wayne. How you doing? If you're wondering, folks, why we got the camera poked this way, it's just because we're expecting the ATR to come out the mist any minute.
And hello, I think we've spoken to you already today, Ollie, and if not, welcome. But we've got Ollie MB saying he's on the other side of the runway next to the pole, I think in our usual spotting position.
Right. You're down at Kirkliston side, are you, Ollie? Oops, sorry, I've just realised it just drifted out of focus there. But if you do find yourself coming over the other side, do come and say hi. What's the view like there anyway? Because we kind of wondered when we were trying to think how we could get the best out of here, whether we just have to focus on takeoffs.
Hi Derek as well, Derek Wilson, good morning, welcome to the chat today. The Emirates, there are no Emirates flights from Edinburgh currently, so today we're hoping to see, I think we've seen the Qatari take off already, the Qatar Airways. We've got a number of United Airways 757s today. What's the Dreamliner we've got coming in later on? Is that
the Qatari Dreamliner?
Another Qatari Dreamliner coming in later on.
We've got one more, the 757s inbound. I believe that's the Washington flight around 10:20 or something in that region. I'm not sure if it's running early, by the way, so there's that to consider. Delta are due in before 10 o'clock with their 767. There we go. Told you to come out of nowhere. And of course we've got our winglet pole running throughout the show as well, just to add an extra angle to proceedings. I'm conflicted where to rest the camera at this exact minute, so tower it is. Yeah, good spot, Eddie. He's got sharper eyes than his old boy. There we go.
Lots of crop emojis in the chat as well.
Excellent. Look at the leg on it. I'm moving away from the mic. I'm hopping around, folks, getting all excitable again. Wow, that is you're all making free with the emojis. Excellent. It's Andy here. For some reason, I'm not sure if I've said good morning. If I have, I'm just getting forgetful, but if not, I'm definitely trying to be sociable. Good morning to you. Wayne, you're right, it is odd weather, and it's not even, I think the forecasters are struggling to keep up with it a little bit, because as much as you watch the forecast, you nearly always seem to find increasingly these days that it's not quite what you thought you were going to be getting. I mean, if I just go back to the tower, I don't know what folks think, but I actually think that is actually getting a bit foggier, interestingly enough. So I think we have had some relief from it, but at this exact point, and Ollie, I'm not sure how it is for you the other side of the airfield, whether it seems any brighter at Kirkliston. To see a KLM coming out, so that is on its way back to Amsterdam. Nell, thank you for keeping me straight. I'd forgotten about the likes thing, folks, so please do hit the like button if you like what you see, like what you hear, and of course please consider subscribing to the show. We're nothing if we're not, you know, we're all about our subscribers and members, and it'd be just great to have people with us. And the good thing about likes and subscriptions is they don't cost you anything, so it's a great way to support us. Just going to peel back and pick this outgoing plane, which I'm assuming is a 737, on its way back to Amsterdam. Will come out from behind the fire training fuselage.
Yeah, I think we prefer the other side as well, Michelle, usually, but like you say, it just makes sense to get a bit of both the action of takeoffs and landings today, but I think if we had free choice, we'd be on the other side of the remote.
Definitely. I just like looking at the Pentland Hills, and with the river behind as well, you know, it's just such a great spot. Saying that, it is nice to have reverse ops as a change of pace as well. No question about that. So talking about subscribers, although I sort of, it is when it is, but I reckon, blimey, hang on. Sorry Alibi, I undoubtedly will have missed this being shouted. I was being hypnotised by KLM's Tranquil Blue. Sounds like the Jolly Green Giant's got the old lawnmower out again.
Thank you very much as well to Raina for your kind donation. Everything really helps keep the channel going, keeps the channel choosing new places to go spotting, and hopefully bringing you enjoyable aviation experiences.
Raina, thank you mate, above and beyond, you're so kind. Ooh, turboprop action. Yeah, that is just great support, Rainer. Great support, mate. Oh, looks like KLM's about to line up, so let's scooch over there. Thanks, Mad Mattock. Just looking at the detailed forecast. It is far from a beautiful weekend. I think that the DIY stores with their piles of charcoal and barbecues are probably not enjoying the weather. Yeah, I think it's closing in a tidge. Only a tidge. Tell you, anyone called where the ATR's going? Because you won't get it off flight radar. So I don't know if someone's spotted it on Plane Finder or just off what was scheduled. Yeah, Michelle, plenty of prop action. I think
Ken's on the case. He says it's going to Sunborough in the Shetland Isles.
Nice one, Ken. Sunborough in the Shetlands. I keep thinking in my head since we had that KLM divert from Aberdeen whether we're going to pick up any more. We're definitely happy to film it. Yes, I think I was saying earlier on, we may well potentially hit 3,000 subscribers during the show. So, as always, we'd always encourage people, if they like what they see, to join our journey and subscribe. And if you are subscriber number 3,000, please do sing it out in the chat.
Disclaimer though, there will not be a subscriber 3000 emoji, which of course if you were with us last week, there was a Hubby 201, which hopefully we'll get to put into action at some point today with a bit of luck. But yes.
Well, here's another one for you. Adam Smith, good morning first and foremost, Adam. I apologise, I think I missed your entry into the chat, so good morning to you. And thank you so much for your kind support. He's incredibly generous. We're both absolutely touched.
Certainly, thank you very much, Adam. I think while I'm on about emojis, obviously, like we've said earlier in the chat, we want to be very responsive to what you want to use. I mean, it's your chat, you know, what emojis you'd like to use, so we're always open to suggestions. I was just thinking in my head, as we get a lot of Loganairs, maybe something along those lines could inspire an emoji, I don't know, but whatever it is that people want to use and will enjoy using, you know, feel free to let us know, and I'll get on the case.
Lots of good things to see here, I think. Delta 767. I'll tell you what, I'm conflicted, only momentarily. So the noise you can hear is this Embraer that's bound for London City, so that's in the foreground. With the Delta 767 on finals, I'm going to pull away for that shortly. Talking of 767s, 300s, which I think is what's coming in. Did folks see the story? I think it was in the weekly Flight Radar newsletter about a recent Prague to New York flight where they had a couple of leaky toilets where it was basically getting out of the plane and had frozen up the ailerons. Both sides, I think. They had to divert to Canada, and the issue only kind of fixed itself when they descended. In the end, they were able to carry on the journey, but it was all down to a couple of leaky toilets, of all things. Not very glamorous, of course. Right, 767, where art thou?
Leaky toilets reminds me of a trip on, I won't say the name of the bus company, but
don't say the name of the bus company.
I've been on a bus journey from Newcastle to London in the past, back in my youth. I mean, I'm relatively young compared to Mark, but
thank you, son.
Still, I say there's a bit of a kerfuffle on that bus as the toilet proceeds.
That's got to be a go around, hasn't it? Absolutely no chance of getting that, folks.
We're going to have to go radio show here. The cloud ceiling has obstructed what we believe is a go around. It could just be a sightseeing tour. As far as we can tell, with the fog.
I'm telling you now, folks, I'm thinking, why is the engine picking up? The engine noise picking up. I can't see a sausage. Pilot decided good and early on that.
Maybe the guys in the chat can put us in the picture of flight radar. What was that buzzed us? We don't know. We don't know.
I do. That's a 767, Eddie.
Was that the 76?
I think it was.
Oh, nice engine noise. Full marks for that.
No, I could be entirely wrong. That was definitely on finals.
Yeah, Ken's saying 76.
That was really why I was talking about those leaky toilets, because leaky toilets. Leaky toilets aren't generally my area of fascination. Oh dear me, toga indeed. Good morning, Hammy Inc. Hope you're keeping well.
Should we throw out a challenge? If there's ever 10 togas in a stream, would you wear a toga on the following stream? Sort of Gary Lineker style.
Me? You're looking at me when you're saying that. I can rule that out, folks.
So, sort of Gary Lineker style, he would present Match of the Day in his underpants if Leicester won the league, and
yeah.
Would you wear a toga if there were
10 in a show?
10 yeah.
No, I'll throw a sickie before I turn up for that one.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not really.
We'll just rule that out then. Mark will not be wearing togas in any streams.
I don't want to go down that path, not with Simon Kirby in the chat, because he'd actually move the challenge on into some other way that would be even more traumatic for me. Oh dear me. Although 10, I've got to be honest, because if you get one of those days, you know, you could easily get to 10.
I think if there's any pilots who know they're flying in, they might.
Hang on, what did we get with Storm Otto at Newcastle? And that's not a large number of movements. What did we get? 3 or 4?
Yeah, I think 10 would be incredible.
Yeah,
so
I bet you would.
Is the toga back on the table?
Not really.
No.
I think we're more likely to get you, we'll get you in front of camera and do some kind of jig or something. I don't know. We'll have a viewer poll on that one. Oh man. No, you're right, Nell. They're probably hurtling off somewhere else now, looking for somewhere. Probably going to Aberdeen.
Yes, we can always enjoy Simon Kirby's comments on this channel. He says, please no, ...
Thanks, Simon. I'm with you, mate.
The breakfast is churning in the stomach.
Oh dear.
Ken rules it out. He's gone for the Britain's Got Talent 3X's.
Ooh,
no go.
Focus too much hilarity. Thanks, Alibi 58, Turkish A321 on finals. Let's be interested if this one gets down. Trying to get a focus on the windsock, but I'm obviously snagging on something else. You can see the windsock's not really exercised too much. So yeah, our Turkish A321 is just approaching Newbridge, a short distance away. So what we've got waiting to go, so we've got British Airways in front with an Embraer and the Ryanair Valencia flight stacked up behind, which is what you can see in shot at the minute. Go on, Bennett. Yeah, I think it's getting foggier, isn't it? Yeah, I would say that's a thing of beauty. I like the Turkish livery, to be honest.
We've actually got model aircraft of the Turkish A321 on my shelf at home, which I often gaze upon as I'm editing videos and such like. But yes, it's a real beautiful one. It reminds me a lot of when we were making videos back sort of before we were doing live streaming. I think that was one of the sort of first larger aircraft that we filmed from Edinburgh. And we've of course got the water cannon salute.
That's right.
And to be fair, I think the fog is coming down a bit. And I was just going to say before, regarding that sort of go around, it was a difficult drive in terms of, there was a roundabout that surprised me out of the fog on the way down here. So
I had a terrifying journey here, folks. That's why I was at 6s and 7s. I didn't want to say anything.
All sympathy for the pilots, because they're obviously going to be emerging from that fog and the runway is going to be upon them. So
yeah,
fair play to the
visibility was a bit haggard on the way up, wasn't it, to be honest? Anyway, the thing was, the Turkish Airlines got down. If they'd gone around as well, that would have been interesting.
And Simon Kirby does know some pilots, so he's thinking,
Yeah.
if the toga was on the table.
Yeah. No, you need to be, it's more really a challenge. I think Lewis at London Plane Spotting would be intrigued by that level of challenge.
Yeah.
If you're watching out there in the lounge, Lewis, let us know, but I reckon you're more receptive to these more dynamic challenges than I am. Dwayne Curley, good morning to you. I think the runway lights are on, Michelle. I'd be surprised if they're not. Although I can't see any evidence of anything being on, but it seems... Although maybe that's why the Delta's gone around. There'd be no way they wouldn't have... Certainly for me you can see no light, can you? So that's interesting. Mind you, I need to wipe some of the condensation off my glasses.
To be fair, from our perspective, we're
flat,
we're
aren't
not
we?
going to.
No.
We're not going to be able to see the runway lights. But I have noticed, I think, the takeoff lights, no, landing lights, sorry, on the aircraft, they seem to be turned up a bit more now in the last few planes we've seen go by.
We're definitely going for a tricky passage of play weather-wise. Anyway, thank you for joining us, folks. Just mindful that people join the chat all the time as we go, the show. So welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation here at Edinburgh with Mark and Eddie on, as you'll see, a foggy day, but plenty of action on show, both heavies and a range of flag carriers. So welcome to the show. Well, we've got a short gap. Hopefully it's still showing. My tablet doesn't give me the information I wanted, but we've got an in-show poll at the minute as well, just to give you something else to have a look at. How do you like your winglets, basically? Sharklets, end fences, swept-backs or split scimitars? Choice is yours. Just to create a bit of interaction.
Good banter there. Wayne, as one of Lewis's mods, accepts the challenge on Lewis's behalf. So,
excellent, Wayne.
Can we say that's an exclusive that we've just got here?
Let me know, Wayne, how that one plays out, buddy. I'll have to make sure I sync my diary up for it. What's that thing you were on about the other day? Ice bucket challenge or whatever. Look, blew my neck. Sorry folks, too much hilarity. I was visualising Wayne's prospects of success. love a spot of hilarity, but the trouble is I do lose focus incredibly quickly. So, Rainer, this one's coming your way, buddy.
I agree with Ali Boy. I think we can award a telescope for that one.
Yeah, is that what you're doing? You're not even mitigating me for the fog?
10 seconds it.
Well, like, that's it then. I can't go in the face of the mob team. Yep, accepted. Hang on a minute, not even half a telescope. I got some of it down.
I think that's a full telescope.
Alright, Eddie. Yeah, alright, team. If there was a corner for me to go and stand in for 3 or 4 minutes to reflect, I'd be in it. So we'll stay with this for the minutes while we await the Ryanair Valencia plane lining up, which is about to do so. Pure shame, innit?
The aircraft off to Spain giving me envy again. I think I fancy a bit of Valencia right now, standing in Edinburgh. What a beautiful airport it is, but in the fog it's a bit bitey, so I think a trip to Valencia would do me some good.
Yeah. Colin Lees, good morning to you, my friend. Subscribe to the show, thank you so much. Great to have you with us. How are you doing today anyway? Hope all is good. And of course, as you say, your local airport, so magic. So if you like it, what you see, follow Colin's lead, subscribe to the show, and consider giving us a like too.
And I'm just going to say I'm very envious of Colin, because if this is my local airport, I don't think you can ever get me away. It's, just, it's got it all really. It's got a bit of heavies, beautiful setting. I mean, Newcastle is a beautiful setting as well. I'm not going to say it isn't, because it is, but I think it's something special. Edinburgh, I was saying in the car on the way down as well, again, Newcastle, great airport. But I generally get quite excited when I'm on a trip somewhere and I'm driving and take off from Edinburgh as well. It's just something special about it for me, but I think each to their own, isn't it? It's, every airport has its charms.
For some reason, mob team, I can't show Colin's message. It's for some reason it's asking me whether I want to show or hide. I'd like to hit the show on it, but I think my fingertips have gone that cold that it's not registering. But if somebody wouldn't mind doing the honours for me. Let's see on our fogometer on the tower, how much tower can we see? Here we go. Yeah.
So that's an interesting one. I'll throw it out there to the chat community. Does fog immersing the tower ever affect an airport's ability to operate? Because the window section looks quite clouded from what I'm looking at. I assume they've got enough visibility, or whether it's enough just to operate on the ILS technology and the general technologies they have available to them. But I wonder if they lose visual of the actual runway, does that affect operations? So I'll throw that to the chat.
And just coming in, Dopey Gorp has just flagged our Delta 76 is back to have another go. At the minute just passing Livingston, so not many minutes out. So we'll await the Berlin A320 depart. Although it looks to me that that's not going anywhere immediately. Let's have a look. Just going to rest us there. I can't risk 2 telescopes this early in the show.
So I think we were anticipating ups and downs with the fog once we arrived, and we were scrutinising the weather forecast very closely. I think, wasn't it around this kind of sort of 10 o'clock window we were expecting to thicken up a bit, and then it should start to disperse in the hour towards 11, and hopefully, fingers crossed, be nice and, well, I don't think we're going to get a super clear day, but visibility improved towards the end of the show, when we're expecting, of course, that Qatar Airways Boeing 787 Dreamliner.
Just looking at Wayne Hartshaw's comment about Newcastle, I agree. Newcastle has so much potential, and it is. I mean, we find it a good place to spot from too.
It's amazing, absolutely. I mean, we're sport for choice, I think, in this area of the United Kingdom, because Newcastle, absolutely amazing place to spot. I think I can hear the 767's engine, so I'm gonna
be prepared for another go around. I'm sure it won't be. We're on tender hooks, folks. It says it's just passing Newbridge, and yeah, I can hear it. I don't know whether you'd be able to hear it. I think it's going round again. It's going round again. I can't. There's no point panning to it, folks. It's
average. It was the tower.
Okay. Why 10 togas did not seem good odds to me.
I'm just going to nip out, guys, see if there's any toga shops. No, I'd imagine, based on no real fact, but I suppose I'd imagine he must think about maybe one more attempt before he'll consider diverting. I don't know what his contingency plans are. Well, I wouldn't. but
Sure.
But
just looking at Simon Kirby's comment about London City not having a tower. That's right, Simon. I think it's all done from Swanwick, isn't it, for London City? They've got like about 40 cameras or something like. It's, I don't know, the most cameraed airport for. It's some kind of groundbreaking tech they use there, anyway. In fact, Wayne might know a bit more about that one, because obviously London plane spotting get down there a bit more often.
I like that, Nell. Genuine Spain point. Plane spotting. Spot the plane. So perhaps we can bring out a range of books. We have to spot the plane. I don't know.
Yeah, it's part of our merchandise range, including those flip-flops I were thinking of introducing. Tell you what we're going to do. Let's have a quick look-see at flight radar and check we're not going to get caught out. So next in is the Aegean 320. That is. I'll tell you what. I was going to go to Ken's pictures, but I don't want to be rushing. Tell you what, let's just do it, and we can always come back. So, I was saying earlier on in the show, obviously with Donald Trump taking, I'm just going to bring the camera to the right side of the airfield with, because this A320 that's off to Berlin's going nowhere fast. Ken had, Donald Trump had stopped off at Prestwick as part of his tour of golf courses, and our man in Prestwick, Ken Alloway, had been to take some pictures, view quite a lot of action actually. I've got a small number of pictures that I've managed to get onto my hard drive to share with you, kindly provided by Ken, so thanks Ken. Final quick check though that this plane isn't going to come out the mist. Right, so hopefully you can see Trump Force 1, the Boeing 757. Just checking something else, folks, off here for the minute. I've got a feeling it's around 32 years old or thereabouts, but very impressive, and thank you Ken for that.
Just aside as well, I've never been myself, but from that photo and from the videos that Mark's obviously filmed previously from Prestwick, that's another stunning airport. So you can add Newcastle, Edinburgh and Prestwick have got stunning backdrops.
Very quickly, we have the C-17 in the foreground and a KC-135 strata tanker in the background. Hopefully that shows okay for you. And a closer sight of the Globemaster there. I might have to peel off out, folks, but cracking pictures, and there was a load more. There was a really good one that really good one I liked, which I wasn't sure would work for the stream, but it was fantastic, which looked like a convention of strata tankers. There was about half a dozen or more, plus some Globemasters in shot. Fantastic. There's another airport I'd like to live near.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I mean, I love airports. I think we all do. That's why we're here. But Newcastle, Edinburgh, Prestwick, I think they're lovely backdrops. It's that kind of contrast between nature and aviation that I personally enjoy. That said, if I lived in London, I'd be down Heathrow right now, because you can't beat a bit of heavy action as well.
And I'm just checking, because if I got this wrong, it wasn't about the pictures, it was about whether I got them blended into the tech okay. So it sounds like the pictures showed well. So thanks, Ken. Absolutely fantastic. Lottie Lou, good morning to you. Welcome to the show. Just spotted you in the chat. Thanks, Wayne Hartshaw, confirming what the arrangements are at London City with Swanwick. I got the idea from somewhere that was the case, but I don't know, you get to a point in life where all the facts jumble up. Something's happening here, so let's have a look.
It's our Aegean.
Yeah. Comes down through the soup. I think when we were at Edinburgh last, there was, as I parked up, somebody was saying on the radio that Donald Trump was coming over to look at some golf courses in Scotland, but didn't really specify where, and I got all prematurely excitable that somehow that would involve landing here, which probably didn't seem very logical, but you're allowed to dream, aren't you? And obviously it went on to Aberdeen, so it was a real bonus that he then went over to Prestwick, obviously got course over that side. I'm not sure, I mean, Alibi will put me straight, Ken and Alibi. Is it Troon that is the one that's nearest to Prestwick? I can't quite remember. Don't even know if it's one of his or not.
We're talking golf course there.
Golf courses,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Good morning, QC Cat.
Yeah,
Great
good morning,
to see
QC.
you. Saying, and I was just reflecting on the Delta, to be honest, and again with the touch and goes, and I think that's what I love about aviation in many ways, that the pilots, well, it's a demanding job, but you can tell that they really put the safety of the aircraft and their passengers first. If they're not happy, they won't touch it down, and just have a lot of respect for what they do. So yeah, well done on that flight deck.
Yeah, it's no easy thing, is it? The easy bit's doing what we do. And as you say, the safety record is there for a reason. I don't know if Ryan is still in the chat, but I'm wondering what Berlin would be like as a streaming location. I suppose there's two tiers to this. What's it like for spotting, and then what would it be like for streaming? Because it's always that, hang on folks, I'm not quite decided where I want to put the camera. The one downside with this side of the airfield is you don't get the beautiful views that you normally get over the other side of the runway. Flip side of the coin is there are very few views on offer today. Other than the planes, of course.
No, Lottie Lou saying that she lives in Troon and sees a lot of planes going out of Prestwick, so that's again another member of the chat making us jealous on the plane spot in front. We had one who lives near Edinburgh locally, and Troon as well.
Just hit Ken's comment, yeah, Prestwick, Old, Troon and Turnberry. Yeah, it's Golf Central really, isn't it? All iconic courses.
We're saying Madmatic saying the Delta's coming round again for a third attempt, so we'll look forward to that.
Yeah.
I saw the comment from Wayne as well, saying that the Gemini jets are actually bringing out the Trump jet in a 1:400 scale in the near future. So
yeah, cool.
Yeah, cool.
It'll sell as
Good
well.
shout.
It will sell, no question.
It's quite, whether you sort of, again we won't get into politics stuff, whether you're a fan of his or not, I think it's quite an iconic aircraft, isn't it, for
I'm just going to bring
a wide range of
the
reasons.
camera back round, Eddie, because I can see we've got a Lufthansa baby bus on its way in. Yeah. Funny, I thought they were bringing a Star Alliance livery plane through today, but we haven't seen that one, so whether that's been a switch. remember if it's the case, if the Delta doesn't get down next time, it will have to default somewhere else. They don't keep going and going, do they?
I would imagine so, but then again, never been a pilot, so I'd have
No,
to
I don't know where I picked this up from, so it may be inaccurate.
I would imagine it's 3. I don't know why, but 3 seems to be, no pun intended, the magic number. And then we've got Josh Scott with a quick question. Mark Eddy, which of Edinburgh or Newcastle is your local airport? Well, it's Newcastle, our local one. Edinburgh is about a 2-hour drive away on a good day. So it's within the plane spotting world. It's relatively local, but Newcastle's our local.
Newcastle's, you know, we can be there in half an hour kind of thing, so that technically is local, but I kind of think of Edinburgh local, although, you know, some people would say 120 miles in a couple of hours, but it's not a difficult journey, and
we feel very at home
very
here.
At home here.
It's like
Absolutely.
a spiritual home of plain sailing, aviation shared with Newcastle, of course.
It does, and sometimes, you know, when I'm setting up or whatever, you see people that you recognise from previous times there, and sometimes say hello and all the rest of it. So it's great.
I think it's a good morning to Les Donaldson as well.
Good morning, Les. How are you doing, mate? I thought you promised me some decent weather. I'm sure Les says if you do Edinburgh on Saturday, I can sort the weather for you.
And a good morning to Callum Pearce as well.
Yeah, good morning, Callum.
It says, a bit of intel there, says there's some kind of difficulties at Aberdeen because there's a British Airways heading back to Heathrow. It's interesting they choose to go all the way back to Heathrow rather than sort of dropping the passengers off. I suppose even if they came to land here at Edinburgh, it's a trek to Aberdeen, so I suppose, don't know. Again, that's another don't know question mark from Eddie.
Yeah, I'm just looking in the chat. I'm sure you'll not be shocked, Wayne, but yeah, I mean, Manchester's an interesting one. I quite like Manchester Airport, but I'm saying Madmatter, quite interesting. I think you're talking about the visitor park side. I tend to find that a bit busy personally. Quite prefer the south side.
I think I know where he's referring to. I've seen it a couple of times. It looks like there's some kind of pub that's on the threshold of the runway.
Oh, right. So that's not the visitor park then?
No, that's certainly on my list of places. Next time I fly out of Manchester, maybe have a pre-flight meal there, enjoy a bit of plane spotting.
You see, that's what I love about the show. You always pick up a new snippet, don't you? You pick up a new snippet. Oh, I'm just looking, Ollie's just called the Bombardier Global 6000 is on its way back out, heading out to the US. Oh, and there's a Loganair from Southampton coming in sooner. There you go. So I was a bit brisk on the camera there, folks, but I couldn't risk another telescope from my very stringent moderator team. Do you know what, we're talking about the fact the fog seems to be closing in. Now I think it's easing. So let's have our Bombardier.
Another nice bit of information from Simon Kirby saying that it's all to do with crew hours. When I was reflecting on that Aberdeen, would it be better to drop off at Edinburgh or head back? And of course the crew hours come into play, so they could end up getting an aircraft out of position, I suppose, if they're not careful. So yeah, that sounds quite logical.
Yeah, when it boils down to it, everything tends to have something pretty logical behind it. The aviation, we talked about the safety record in the sector. You know, it's those finer details that all stack up. So yeah, the Delta 76 is coming back round, so it'll be interesting if it gets down this time. It's definitely improving, I think. I'll be very surprised if it doesn't get down this time. I'm not jinxing crew. I genuinely think they'll get down. It just feels a bit brighter.
I think it's a good morning to Aviation Adam.
Hey up Aviation Adam, welcome back, mate. How are you doing this Saturday?
And Callum Pearce.
But we said hi to Callum.
I think we have. It's just
hi again, Callum.
with all this excitement with togas and who's going to be wearing a toga, I've lose a bit of track.
No, who's not wearing a toga? Well, that doesn't sound right either, does it? Let's just discontinue that line of conversation. Let's make sure we get what we came for. So Teterboro, USA is where this is bound for.
I think the aircraft's registered in America as well. I think I caught that as it was coming by. Was it an N on the front there?
Yeah, I think it was.
And Ollie's quite right, the United is taxiing out.
Right, we'll peel off as soon as we get our
Of course,
76.
Ollie, our unofficial man in the field, who is on the other side of the runway giving us the best intel from the terminal.
What we needed at Ollie, we should have thought about how to do this. Probably need some cloud technology, but multicam this. You could have been streaming your side and Eddie could have been editing in the feeds. We do have that technology, we just haven't got the cloud link up. That would be fascinating.
We could get on a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I like the idea of multicam, innit?
Yeah.
Like I say, you got to do it through the cloud, haven't you, to be able to bring it back through the box. But, we can hear it. It's coming down this time, folks. So folks, cold digits. The fog might be lifting, but it's blinking perishing. Ooh, that's handy. We're staying USA here, so keep an eye on our biz jets, if you wouldn't mind, Eddie. We'll stay with our first United departure. I know it's been called in the chat. Which one is this? Because is this the Chicago or the JFK? JFK was scheduled the first to go out, but I couldn't remember if JFK came in a bit later.
I just want to, I think a lot of people are celebrating the pilot's landing, but it just shows you how talented these guys are. It is not good conditions, and they've got such cool heads to say go around, go around.
Yeah, their processing speed.
Not feel the pressure and just, I mean, standing here looked like a pretty good job, as far as I could ever rate a good job on that one.
I think there's that thing about not being flustered. I mean, I'll be honest, if I'd gone around twice, I'd be feeling the pressure coming in for a third time, but all the while it's about rationalising what's in front of you. It's not what you've done before, it's what's in front. So yeah, top tier stuff. I mean, I love the planes, but I do admire the people that actually make these things work.
Yeah, this one's going to Newark.
Thanks, Ken. So the JFK, not JFK, sorry, not New York. I was conflating. Yeah, New York. Thanks, Ken. For some obscure reason, I've got this hard-wired thing into my head that is like New York and JFK, but no, this route is Newark.
That is a real beauty, isn't it?
It is. We're going to have to pull away for our biz jet in a jiff because I think it's going to turn and burn. But what a view that is. I'm just going to take a quick snap, folks. So your screen will have frozen momentarily. I do apologise for that. But oh man, I'm just going to peel us back. Sorry, I'm doing the hokey cokey on you. It is just too beautiful. I love the 7.5. I love them all, don't I? I think I'll cut away the minute the biz jet starts rolling. Like a kid in a sweet shop there. I think I'm just going to have a quick check on power after these two have gone, Eddie. I think we might be at the point where I need to start just fettling things around a little bit. Okay. question being, where's it going to find the cloud? Let's see. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Yeah, I reckon we are gaining a bit of height, which augurs well. Sorry, Eddie.
Just want to say a big thank you from myself and Mark will speak in a minute obviously, but to Les Donaldson for his very kind donation to the channel. Thank you very much, Les.
Les Donaldson, I'm all at 6s and 7s again. You take the camera a bit, Eddie, if you don't mind. Let me catch up. Eddie, oh sorry, see what I mean? I'm at 6s and 7s. Les, thank you so much, mate. You're a great friend to the channel and we really do appreciate practical support like that. Very kind of you, mate. Yeah, Ollie, the fog is completely off the tower now. I think prospects are definitely better, which is really welcome. So far, we're kind of getting away with it, aren't we? As a, you know, as a show. I mean, the rain's always a possibility, the fog's always a possibility, and there'll be other days where you get less lucky. But QC Cat's in there with favourite livery emoji.
It did look pretty stylish. I mean, the 757, obviously one of the older aircraft in commercial use, well, in common commercial use, but it looked pretty classy close up as it taxied by our position here. Brings back fond memories of my childhood, actually, the 757, because I think...
You seem to be watchful, Eddie, now. Thanks for alibi. We've got a Ryanair 737 from Barcelona on finals.
Let's get ready.
Eddie is ready. That could be an emoji as well. Josh Scott, how many spotting locations are there at Newcastle?
I think there's quite a lot. It just depends what you're there looking for and what the wind direction is. There's a variety, to be fair.
I think you're loving the contrails on that. Good fluff. Looking in the chat, Bad Mattock's comment about spotters guides. Yeah, I think there's one, is it literally called Spotters Guide, which I find excellent. Always use it for anywhere I'm going. That's where I go and look first. You want to take this one up?
Yep.
Your pilot for this departure is Eddie. Yeah, Spotter's Guide is excellent, I have to say. So this Boeing 757 off to Newark, USA. Good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the stream, or welcome back, should I say. Robert Young, I'd be delighted if they were to find a way of bringing the 75 back. Dead the spanner, which hotel was that? Newtown?
We've got it on very stiff settings, yeah.
Never cut off. That's the, if you put that on it doesn't pan. So if you've got it still on, it's stiff. That locks you in terms of elevation. It's a bit itty-bitty. Excuse me folks, I've found one of my noisy cereal bars that I'm quite fond of. I can hear some turboprops strumming away in the background. Yeah, the mist is going fast now. Is that how it's for you now, Ollie, over at Kirkliston? I can see the trains now. You might have even seen some of the trains in the background of this shot. Anyway, let's get our incoming. Did we say Stansted? EasyJet Stansted? Can't remember. I'd like to say Stansted, baby bus. So, got the chance folks to vote on your favourite type of winglets, or as we see here, fence end tips. End fences, should we say, end fence.
Don't get me started on the cereal bar, Dopey Gorp. Making the emoji would make my head hurt.
Dopey Gorp's just not in the mood for food at the minute.
What's he saying anyway? Tapping Khan, good morning, let's just go there.
They're just saying cereal bar emoji Eddie, or laughing face, but Eddie is not laughing.
Well, here's the thing, I've got the reason it's a bit of an in-house joke with myself and Eddie is, and you know folks, when I'm crunching my way through these, it sounds like somebody walking up a gravel driveway sometimes. But you know, when you're hungry, you've got to do what you've got to do.
Let's get those props emojis.
Yeah, Michelle, QC Cats, two of our leading prop enthusiasts. Jolly Green Giant's lawnmower.
Good morning, Tabin Khan as well. Nice to see you again today.
The rate this cloud's lifting, we might even get the chance of a little bit of sunburn by the end of the day. Of course I'm kidding on that one, but it definitely feels like it wants to be a better day. Shame, I'm sure I've seen rain forecasts once we get past lunch. So you're not keeping up there folks, I was just trying to see where the bird scarers were. Oh, look at that, Eddie, your emojis have had a stellar outing.
Our man in the field, Ollie NB, saying the KLM to Aberdeen is taxiing as well.
Cool man, thank you very much buddy. We've just got eyes on. Tell you what, we'll have a piece of that, shall we? It might offer a slightly cleaner view. We'll toggle back, don't worry folks, you'll not miss out on your turbo prop, but people know KLMs don't hang about. I mean, look at this, that is not hanging about. Every mile of the speed limit is being utilised there, I do not doubt.
So that's interesting, isn't it? It's like, yeah, just completely missed the finer detail of that. Ken Alloway, of course, just reminding us that's the earlier divert that didn't land in Aberdeen. Clearly they've just sort of parked it up for a bit and heading back out there.
Well, I'm pleased for everybody on board, because being transferred on a bus would be no laugh, would it?
This does look like one of the pacier taxis of the day. I know Mark likes to...
Yeah, they are. I think if we had an emoji for rapid taxiing, this could be an early recipient. So we're going to cut away in a minute, folks. I thought we could get our cake and eat here. Right, we should be able to cut away from this fairly slickly. Well, I don't normally associate myself with being slick, but you know what I mean. Goes behind the EasyJet cabin, and that's the bit we're going to cut across. Apart from that porter cabin, it would have been pretty good. So welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, folks. If you've recently joined the show, you're in the company of Mark and Eddie here live at Newcastle International Airport. Don't slaughter me, folks. Edinburgh International Airport. We had thought about diverting the show to Newcastle, so I think that's why I've got that little bit of interference in my mind. As we wave off this Aer Lingus ATR 72-600 to Dublin. And let's pick up our diverted Embraer we recently gained from Aberdeen, who experienced, and I think similar to us, a bit of fog.
Day at work, Les. Hopefully see you later.
Yeah, you take care, Les, and thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Really kind of you. You're a great friend to the channel, and we are grateful. Alibi 58 EasyJet from Gatwick on finals. Standing by, Alibi. Good shout. It's definitely improving now. We are getting to see a fair old distance out, which, let's just point the camera more generically towards Newbridge without pulling the HDMI cable out. You can see things are definitely on the uptick. The only thing that counts against that, I suppose, is the breeze is still at my back as I film this scene, so actually it's not, this isn't the direction the weather's coming from, but we'll take what we get. And as obviously for arrivals, it's increasingly a better bet. So as always, folks, if you like what you see, please do consider hitting that like button and even subscribing. We'd love to have you with us. Also, of course, hitting that notification bell. They're both free, so it doesn't cost you anything, helps us massively. Not sure if we'll get past 3,000 subscribers today, but there's a possibility at the beginning of the show. Oh, that sounds a lot like an Embraer moving forward. Almost like a stifled Wookiee sound. Just getting out of bed. So this is a bonus for us. We got it coming in after it was diverted from Aberdeen, and now we get to wave it off, presumably to continue to Aberdeen, unless of course they're sending people there on bus and this is going back to Amsterdam. What does Flight Radar say?
No, they're saying it's off to Aberdeen.
Definitely going to Aberdeen. Well, that's good. And as I'm fond of saying, they are a good airline to fly with, KLM. Personal experience. Don't worry, Michelle. Les is soon to be joining us in the retired club. He's, what are you now, Les? About 97 days or something like? I've lost count since we last caught up. I just love the rate of climb on those Embraers. That was probably the sharpest climb we've seen today, I would suggest. Right, there we go. Tower's still there. Just gonna have a rest there for a second.
I'll have a look at a few suggestions on emojis, a KLM tail livery emoji or different types of aircraft. I think probably the types might be easier in terms of the emoji option, largely because to be fair, I don't know what the position would be, you know, from the airlines, whether they'd allow you to create tail fin emojis. I don't know if that's even a sort of a possibility, but
I think you generally stray into copy mark.
Yeah, it's a bit, I think it's a bit of a grey zone I don't know a lot about, so I tend to stay clear. Certainly types, I think they're just numbers, aren't they? So I think that could be something we look at in the future.
Yeah, well, we are a viewer-led channel, so we will try to give you what you want. There's no question on that. Anything that makes it more fun for our members to participate in the chat. And from time to time we may actually withdraw certain emojis and replace them with ones. So you get more emojis apparently with the more members you've got. So obviously we'll increase our range accordingly. But from time to time we may actually look, if people think they'd like to see something fresh and we haven't got the room for anything extra, we'll just take something out. Do I need to go?
No, this is...
Would you want to point the camera and I'll just say hi?
Alright, so Eddie on the camera at the moment. Just having a look at this Ryanair taxiing out. And we've got an arrival as well. I'll avoid that telescope. One in, one out. It looks like we're set up for with another Ryanair Boeing 737.
This is for Berlin. Bournemouth.
Off to Bournemouth.
Berlin in, Bournemouth out.
Very nice. Just been off chatting to the airport police folks. Always nice to say hello.
Bennett, just Ken Alloway gifted a plain sailing aviation membership, and Les Donaldson, Les, I hope you're still in the chat to receive it, mate. Absolutely staggering. Ken, you're so kind, buddy. I'm just making a quick note to keep my running count for the day, because I like to say thank you properly. That is excellent. And then I saw Colin Lee's very kindly donated a super chat as well.
Thank you to both Ken and Colin, that's really, really generous. Thank you very much.
I hope you got my sound properly. I just realised I bent down there, so just for the avoidance of doubt, thank you to Ken Alloway and thank you to Colin Lees. Just taking a bit of time off grid to say hi to the police. A couple of great lads I've just been chatting to. You'll be relieved to know that they don't need to ask me any questions. Or maybe it's not. Okay, right, I'm all caught up now. I thought they were showground security people rather than police. They were in an unmarked car, you see. So, good morning, John, our friend in Australia, with his kangaroo emojis. Good morning. Ollie says, Ollie MB, United from Washington in 10 minutes. So, we'll watch for that. Cool, you can see I'm well out of shape here. Alibi would like a Loganair tailfin emoji, so we'll look into the copyrighty bits around that, but if there is no godly reason not, we'll definitely look to make it as close to that as we can. Fincraft, hello. I'm Mark talking at the minute. Eddie is at the side of me on the camera. Cripes, what's happening here? Nell's waving vigorously in the chat. Michelle, you're so kind. Glad you're enjoying it. It makes it worthwhile when we set out. It's the important thing. So while I was busy chatting to our police friends, British Airways A320, the Alibi has called a divert from Aberdeen on finals. Has that been in? It has, is it? It's literally it's just passing Newbridge now. So Eddie, it will be on camera. A321. Well, we Charlie Brown. Our lucky day. Look at that. Look at the trails. Colin Lees has left us now, or likely to do on any minute now. Busy day ahead. Colin, whatever it is you're doing, mate, I hope it goes well. Thank you so much for your kind support. Okay, what's got here? For some reason I can't, John's got a post that I can't open. It's for some reason I'm not able to at the minute. If one of the mod team, if you're able to show John's message, his post, no matter how many times I keep tapping, I am failing. So John, if you're wondering why your message isn't showing, it's because Mark's cold fingers are just getting nowhere. It just says message help and review. Ryan has got his boomerang, get the words out, boomerang emojis out. We're definitely going Australian. Okay. So our Bournemouth departing Boeing 737 Ryanair flight is still holding at the minute. By the looks of it, it is going to wait for the United Airlines Washington flight, which is burning down the track towards Newbridge at the minute, just crossing the M8 as we speak. So those of you who, like me and Eddie, who like their 757s, you're about to get a treat. And now the fog is largely gone now. I can see quite a long way over, can't we?
Yeah, I think it's just as predicted. I think it got a bit in...
Visit village as well now. In fact, everything's been revealed. At least we've turned up at the right place.
Ooh, sorry, it took us out of focus a little bit there. Apologies, Eddie on the camera.
To be fair, you take us out a lot of focus a lot less times than I do, so well done. Yeah, that British Airways, Michelle, that's a bonus. That's 2 diverts we've picked up now. 2 go-arounds and 2 diverts.
We are out of the gloom. That looks good. I hope that looks good to you at home, folks. It's almost like skywriting. I'll tell you what, it looks good at 28 years old. Definitely. Yeah. So I'm just checking. So what can I see on the deck?
Lots of trees. Mark's about to reach for his snack bars again.
So, here goes the Bournemouth Express. Michelle's calling it plane of the day. Lots of special liveries and heavy emojis. If we got a camera with us, we might have taken some different shots of that, because it almost looked like skywriting when we looked at the last mile or so of its journey. So we'll Paul Usher. No mate, it's just us here down on the Kirkliston showground. It's pretty peaceful actually. Blinking heck, Ken, you are looking after us today.
And I say that because I am absolutely,
Ken's super chatted us.
Oh, thank you very much, Ken.
Ken, that is absolutely stellar support.
Really appreciate everything you do as a mod, but you know, as well, you're very generous support of the channel, so thank you very much. Just seeing if I can track this United 757 to gate. It might nestle in next to the Turkish Airbus A321.
Thank you, Ken, that is awesome support. You've already been in your pocket today, we really do appreciate that. Yeah, Paul Usher, you've got to stay caffeinated on these shows.
No looks like we might not quite get. Oh, we might actually get a jet bridge. No, jet bridge is on the other side.
It's always the way, isn't it? We've got starboard side. Did I leave you in that thing?
Yes.
Sorry, you carry on doing what you're doing.
Back at the control centre.
That's alright. Just realised that I'm always misplacing my phone. You may have done this yourself, but at home I'm thinking, where's my phone? And in the end I end up having to get Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation's phone to ring myself to find my phone.
Zoom out. I just got a runner coming by. I obviously don't want to intrude on their privacy, and they're about to run into shot, so we'll just break away from that United 757 for a second.
You'll be okay on that. They're running away from you.
Yeah, but we're yeah, probably their privacy is protected, but equally I don't see as, I think maybe toga wearing costumes potentially, but diversifying into running channel I don't see.
You see, that's why the police could have turned up, isn't it? If we had gone down the fancy dress route, they probably would have some alarmed members of the public.
I suppose it would have been a lot more of a concern, I guess, to any onlookers.
So 7 moves imminent and close to. I think one of those pesky pauses in play, haven't we? I think I was scratching around just to see what is. There's plenty transponding on the deck now, looks to it. I say plenty, that could be my wishful thinking. Number 2. And one of those is the incoming Bournemouth flight. Ah yes, I do see we have a outgoing Edinburgh to, just thinking it, flight radar has just played me false. Just had to refresh myself. London Gatwick, yeah. I thought it was Gatwick, but I don't want to miscall it. An A320 is transponding away, so Ollie, you'll probably see that before we will, mate. In fact, we can probably more or less see where you're standing now. Not literally, I don't think my eyes are that good, but it looks a pretty good view out your way. Tabbing, I think I've said before about parking, there's a few options around there. There's the pub on the corner, and there is, although you have to obviously pay to park there, and you know, the metro station. But there are also 3 other places I use which are close to, which I'm not going to recommend just simply because they are official spaces. Always a quick question, looking at this one. Oh, Ken's gone to get some coffee. Have 2 there actually, Ken, because you can have 1 for me. So thanks Michelle on the prompt with the likes button. Could somebody tell me where we are with likes at the minute, just out of curiosity, because mine usually freezes at 20 in the teens. This time it's at 28, and I know that's a long way south of where we're at. And of course, if anybody is on the show that's yet to consider subscribing or subscribe to us, please give it a go. Tell you what, I'm just thinking, train the camera, let's put it back on the United Turkish space. I've got a feeling that Turkish might be on the move soon. Yeah, let's have a look-see. Are you able to see what the in-show poll's running at, or is that not the same on yours?
Yeah,
Do you want to call on that?
I've got a bit bigger news. Thank you very much to Michelle Johnson. That is a very, very generous donation that you made to the channel. We really appreciate you as a viewer and as your support to what we're doing here, and bringing aviation to as many people as we can is invaluable.
Appreciate you as a person, Michelle. You know, all ends up. Love you to bits. Thank you so much. You're so kind and generous to us. As I say to everybody that supports this channel, and remember, you know, we try to be inclusive, so you know there is the options of memberships and super chats and
you know, we're always grateful for that level of support, because we're able to put that into the show experience. Everything we take goes out on doing shows somewhere or other. There's no money goes anywhere else in any of this. But you know, at the end of the day, if people watch us, you know, they're supporting us. If people like us, they're supporting us a bit more. If they subscribe to us, you know, you get the general idea. That is just awesome. I'm absolutely buzzing. So that's probably why I'm busy rambling away like an idiot. But well, that looks a busy view, doesn't it? Street furniture left, right and centre. It is a bit of an urban sprawl this side. Oh dear me, my head's racing. Let's get back in the game. Dopey Gorp has just gifted a membership. Now I'm not joking, you are the greatest bunch of people going, and Dopey Gorp, you know, you are one of the finest. Dopey Gorp, thank you so much, mate. I'm just touched. I know anyone can get mine.
Definitely. Again, I mean, thank you for everyone for you know, coming to watch the show. It means a lot to us. But you know, again, Dopey, thank you very much for this, because it really does help us continue to plan more aviation experiences. As Mark just said, everything goes back into the channel. We look at new places to bring you. Of course, our home airports are Newcastle and Edinburgh, but I think a big part of what we like to bring to channel members and viewers, subscribers, is a nice bit of variety for their plane spotting experience.
Just looking at the chat, let's have a look, see. Hi to Planes and Trains TV.
Hope you're having a good Saturday. So you're just about to travel from Newcastle to Edinburgh. It is a small world, isn't it? Did a flight from Bristol to Newcastle yesterday. Nice one. So is this a Planes and Trains? Are you filming? Do tell more. I think I've said a few times actually, I'm quite keen on taking a day trip down to Bristol. The EasyJet, I'm thinking, isn't it, the Bristol flight? And talking of EasyJets,
we've got a Logan taxi now, we've got a Turkish pushing back, we've got an EasyJet taxi.
Oh, that's true. I've just realised I've took the camera off that Turkish. Oh, there's not much of a view to be had there, is there? Let's go to the EasyJet that's bound for Gatwick. A320. Oh, there's a Loganair in the foreground. Oh my lord. Tell you what, it feels like a show. I hope you really are enjoying this, folks, because it just feels fantastic trackside. Now this wretched fog's gone and things are just revealing themselves nicely. It's just brilliant, and we've got some great action to show you. It's been pretty eventful this morning so far with the Delta go-arounds. And I'm just looking at the lucky recipient of Dopey Gorp's generosity, John, our Australian friend, with his kangaroo emojis. So welcome as a member, John.
I think John's developing already into a bit of a cult figure in the chat with the emojis, the kangaroo emojis.
There you go, John, you're a cult figure. Although, John, I don't know what it is about the emoji, because I'll keep getting these messages. Like I say, I'll rely on the moderators to release your images. They're kind of holding with me as for review, but every time I don't know if Eddie can release them or not. My tablet just won't let me do it. It does do usually, and it can't just be a cold finger thing today, cold as my fingers are. You know what, I'm going to take off that view and come back to it because it's a bit stale. Let's have the EasyJet, which is just about to poke into that space, so indulge me, folks, please do. Michelle, the whole point of this, and I think when we actually decided to do the channel, is we thought if we do this right, we can, you know, share a pleasurable time and experience with. Oh, looks like our thanks Eddie. Looks like our outgoing Embraer is. I'm not sure if I know where this is going. Do we know where this is going? It's probably been called in the chat. It's fickle, isn't it, this tablet? So let's see if we can get this pilot to wave. They don't tend to wave at me, I'm not very waveable. Anyway, there we go.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one to announce on air, but
What is?
we have to go for a toilet break, so I'll be back. It's one of these conversations where you kind of have to explain to your co-presenter, but equally it's probably not what the viewers want to hear. But
Go and pick the phone up on the way back.
I'll be back as soon as possible.
Eddie's going for a brunch. He thinks I'm falling for that old pony.
Maybe a quick pint and no, I'll be back very soon.
Right, set the clock running. What time did he say we'd be back soon? 10:57. Hilarious. Derek Wilson, thank you so much, my friend. Like I say, we were saying, weren't I, before I went off beam, this is all about being able to share the plane spotting moment with you all. It's not always easy to get to the airports, and depends where you live and all the rest of it. And we thought if we did this in the right way, that we'd do something that was enjoyable to be part of. So if people are enjoying it, that's brilliant. That's what we're doing it for. There is no other higher purpose or lower purpose or sideways purpose. We're pretty uncomplicated, as you'll have worked out anyway. Oh dear. The other thing about this spot is I must be a few yards different to last time. I'm not sure if those two bushes were quite in the same place. I think the bushes have been there for some time, but relative to where I'm standing. I'm just going to pan us out at the minute, so you're just going to look at not much at the moment, but I'm anticipating the plane coming into shot. Ali Bye, thank you mate, confirming a Learjet. Oh, don't think that was on the roster when I looked this morning. That's a bonus, isn't it? A Learjet 45 from our favourite place, NA. Oh, could be diverting, that's why it wasn't showing. Okay, roger that mate. Bonus. So that'll be our third divert to the show. And of course, if they just bunker down here for half an hour and go again, we'll get the depart as well. Definitely up for a bit of that. Cosmic Destroyer, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, mate. I don't think we've said hi before. You've got a very distinctive handle on that, so cool name and all the rest of it. Pleasure to meet you, my friend. I'm Mark. My son Eddie has just gone off for a comfort break, so we're kind of co-presenting today's show. You're going to meet some great people in the chat, so you've come to a great place. Where's the cloud now? That's the question. I bet you've got a great view of that, Ollie. The one thing about staying Kirkliston side is the takeoffs don't half look good. I'm just going to park us for a second. Oh, look at that, Turkish A321 on its way out. That's a spot to look. I was looking at Michelle's comment about bathroom breaks. Yep, comfort breaks, absolutely crucial. I still say Eddie's off for a brunch. Saying that, choice is a bit skinny here. There's only the Holiday Inn Express at the back of us. I don't think there's a handy Greg's, unless he's going to jump in the Batmobile and take himself there. I kind of did give him the alibi for that, didn't I? Because he's going to bring my phone. Looks like it's going into the car wash there, doesn't it? Or the plane wash, more accurately. Got to keep an eye over my shoulder as well, haven't I? I see a British Airways A320 from Heathrow just over Livingstone at the minute. I'm just wondering about that Learjet that's diverting. Now Alibi's dangled the prospect of a Learjet. Regulars of the show will know I do like a bizjet. Remembering always, folks, if you're watching the show and you've got your own business jet, we'd love to do a feature on it. I don't know if bizjet owners tend to follow aviation channels, but you never know. Anyway, good news is we can concentrate on the beauty of this plane. On its way to Istanbul. Wetback wingtips. Remember, folks, chance to share your view. What do folks like by way of wingtips? In show poll running. Can't see the live data because my useless tablet doesn't seem to show me everything, but we'll catch up on the poll when Eddie returns. Bit of fun. $123 likes, John reports. That would be nice if we could get ourselves to 150. But of course, if we're all liked up and everybody here is liked, that's, you know, oops. Let's get that British Airways A320. This was nearly a telescope moment, to be honest. I'd seen something else out the corner of my eye, not particularly interesting, but it caught my eye, and the next thing you know, I'm apologising. Very smooth. I'm guessing, Ollie, you can see the Pentland Hills to some extent now. I'm kind of looking at the hill in the background, which I kind of call Table Mountain. It's kind of, it's not a mountain, but it's quite flat toppy. Got a bit of a table going on there. Anyway, I think that's the first time I've seen one. I know, the first time I've seen it today. As we take in this Turkish Airlines A321, lining up for its return trip to Istanbul. This is the one, as folks who are regular followers of the show in Edinburgh will know, it's usually listed as a potential 777 flight, but nearly always converts to a 321. It's the same every morning when I'm streaming from here. I get up, have my Weetabix, and the first thing I do is to see what I'm getting. Like a kid at Christmas. Stoffel Bell, hello my friend. I don't think we've said hi before. I'm Mark on camera at the minute. Eddie has just nipped off for a comfort break. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation's Saturday broadcast from Edinburgh. You've missed the fog, my friend. And there's still plenty of action to go between now and the end of the show at about 13:35.
Nice one. Oh, Eddie hasn't brought me back a bacon butty.
Which is a bit of a shame because I would have eaten it. Sorry folks, I've got out of focus there because I was actually for a second thinking, has he brought me a bacon butty? I thought he's not been gone long enough. As we look at this A320 on its way into the proverbial pits. What's about. I'm just going to rest on the tower, folks, just for a second. So oh, Mark at North Sky, yeah, your internet went to pot. One of those glitchy days then. So Simon Kirby has called the A20, sorry, the Aer Lingus ATR 72-600 from Belfast, 5 minutes out, as a Stoffel Bell. Stoffel. My glasses are steamed up. Stoffel Bell. Stoffel Bell. I'm not saying it right, sorry. Folks will know I spit my words out back to front frequently. Oh, QC Cat has Sharklets at 41%, Fence at 8. I like Fence, me. I find them dead neat. Swept at 28. Yeah, I like Swept as well. Sleek. And Splits at 28. Sorry, Swept at 22, Splits at 28. Sharklets out front, folks. How will we finish? Interesting. We couldn't get a poll option for none of the above because obviously there are, in contemporary terms, a relatively modern innovation on airliners. People that were spotting, like myself when I started in the 70s, I don't remember any winglets of any sort. That's interesting. Sharklets out front, Eddie.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the winglets debate, don't know where I sit on it, to be honest with you. I think it's an important part of plane spotting, and I think it's something that a large number of us in the community do like to sort of, do we like this winglet, do we not? I think when winglets first came in, you know, if you think back to, I don't know when they first started to come in, there was always a lot of chat amongst plane spotters with winglets, without winglets, I think was originally, but I think most aircraft these days seem to have them. It's just now the type. But to be fair, I think I had to get off the fence. The swept-backs are the ones that are large on the Ryanair aircraft. Am I right with that, Mark? So I'd probably go with those personally, although I think I'm more of an aircraft, I tend to concentrate more on aircraft types and liveries, generally speaking. I think in the livery debate I'm going for the swept-backs.
I'm just looking at, or laughing actually, what was going on through my head of Ken Alloway's merciless wit on me with glasses he's offered me in the chat for hashing up the marine hole readout.
Yeah.
My glasses have not recovered since we got, it was a bit misty earlier on, and I was getting a bit of water vapour. They probably could do with a good buffer now, but hey ho. Christopher Cotton.
Oh, and he's just joined us as well in aviator class.
Joined us in aviator class. Christopher Cotton. I was going to say hello to you anyway. The chat has just jumped on me because you're in America. So happy Coronation Day, yeah, from America. So what part of America, Chris? And welcome. Thank you for your support.
America's been a bit of a theme of the day. We've been in the show so far. We've had a lot of Uniteds. We've had Delta 767 go-arounds, United 757s I should have added, and we've also had a look at some fine images of Donald Trump's Boeing 757, which moderator Ken Alloway caught a few snaps of earlier from Prestwick Airport out towards Glasgow, southwest of Scotland.
ATR inbound. This will be the Belfast flight.
Get those prop emojis ready.
Prop emoji standing by.
And of course Christopher Cotton, as our newest member, can enjoy those prop emojis.
Yeah, now you are a member, Christopher. You'll be able to activate, if you wish, your prop emoji. Just got the 30-minute up for the battery, so I'm just making note to self there. So the traffic tempo picking back up. Let's see if we can get any kind of...
Feels like the airport's getting a bit noisier with the fog as well. I don't know if fog has any kind of
muffling effect.
But I'm hearing a lot of engines idling, and there goes our Loganair. Very popular in the plain sailing aviation chat.
Going short. Going where is the question. Got to watch out. Cessna 525A from Paris, 3 minutes out. So just, yeah, thanks Simon. Just going to keep a watch here. No? This, we might need to be pretty quick with this.
You're only human. What? Can we get him to sing The Killers, You're Only Human?
No, you can't. No. You can. I need some caffeine. I'm in desperate need of some caffeine.
Don't know why I bothered. I'm on top, so when I was looking into my reader, I can read it out.
Snagged on a lamppost there. No.
Just want to throw this out to the chat. So sharklets, unless I'm following in my father's footsteps and not reading the poll correctly, but I believe the sharklets out in front. Now, what is it people like about the sharklet tail winglets, there's the word, because I don't know, I've got a theory. Is it the name Sharklet? It sounds good.
I was looking at QC, just changing subject. Yeah. Looking at QC Cats make good use of the rocket emoji. I like that. Very cool. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. So is it the Sharklet? Is it the name?
Is our citation?
We're gonna have to cut away from that debate. Hold that thought.
Hold that thought. Eddie wants to get to the bottom of this sharklet malarkey. There we go. So here's our citation 525. Somebody else not invited to the coronation. Take themselves to Edinburgh for a bit of shopping perhaps, or so folks, it's a bit skittish on me, isn't it? And I can see a Ryanair about to come into your shot, so I'll rest the camera there. Nels with the swept back. They are more dynamic looking, aren't they?
So the split scimitar is catching up with the Sharklet. 134 votes. It's quite a large number of votes. So very much thank you for everyone who's had a vote on the winglets, because it really. I think I'm a bit of a winglet novice, to be honest with you.
Me too.
So I'm just fascinated with what...
I'll give credit, I don't know if he's in the chat. I was saying earlier, Ewan, who was on our show the other night, through the Tea Time Show Thursday, was talking about the winglets, and I thought, it's interesting, isn't it? It might be something that does do well in a poll, particularly if we have a slide up with some examples. I do like the fence, wingtip fences as well, to be honest, because they kind of look quite tidy.
Our second short departure of the day.
A bit odd to short on that.
Vámonos a Barcelona.
Go check Eddie out. And what do we see over yonder? That looks like it could be a Lufthansa taxiing out, a Lufty, which will be presumably our, is that an A321? I think it was, or A319, weren't it? Lufthansa baby bus is going to be coming into shot, so yeah, this Ryanair going out short. So it's just dawned on me, I put the batteries in the wrong order. So I've gone new to go small battery, big battery. And I've gone big battery, small battery. And the reason I do that is I've discovered that the small battery charges at a faster rate. Not just because it's small, but it does seem to soak up the juice faster. And it kind of helps me for run time, but we'll manage. We're comfortably in our operating envelope anyway with a late start. So this plane returning to Munich.
Simon Kirby just updating us on a Ryanair 737 MAX 8 in from Nîmes, from France. 10 minutes out. Just wanted to jump on that one because I hadn't, I'm sure it's a lovely place to visit in its own right, but I hadn't appreciated that there's a lot going on with the high-speed rail links between sort of Spain and France, and Nîmes has quite a lot of low-cost flights from the UK. And why am I saying this? If you're interested in visiting Madrid, or for whatever reason you want to go to Madrid, a cheap flight out to Nîmes from the UK, and then there's quite some low-cost high-speed rail links, so obviously Nîmes might become a bit of a hub if you want to visit the north of Spain, or if you want to Madrid, obviously in the centre. So it's something to look out for those who are always on the lookout for an economical trip.
Call that. And the truth is, you do, well, unless money's no object, you do need to pay attention to these kind of things, because there can be a fairly wide disparity, can't there, if you don't shop around for options.
I think it's becoming more challenging to get flights at that kind of pre-pandemic level in terms of the flight prices. I think you've got to either book in advance or be flexible on dates. So
I just noticed here Michelle's asked why you've not brought me back a coffee. No, that's a good question, Michelle. Well presented.
No comment. No, I'll sort Mark out of a coffee later on, don't worry. He'll be looked after.
You heard it here first, folks. When I put my community post up, you know, the sort of post fixture one that I tend to do, I'll let you know how that played out. Tell you what, I'm going to go for a battery change. It's holding. Why is he holding, I'm asking myself.
Might be that Ryanair.
You need to answer Simon Kirby's question.
What was the question?
Yeah.
Are you on? Well, I suppose it's second week in a row. I mean, the answer no. I'm not on the Spanish tourist board, but I do love a trip to Spain. It is a fantastic destination with all year round sun in a variety of... No, I'm just joking. No, it's a great place, but no.
And just cutting in, order of play and all the rest of it. Thanks Ali by confirming that we have an Aer Lingus ATR 72 from Dublin on finals, and I think that's probably well on finals.
It's those prop emoji Michelle suggested last week are getting a good outing today. Get the props on standby.
You see, John, I reckon no milk for coffee is a disaster. I can't take it black. I'm too much of a lightweight. Right, here we go. Another piece of turboprop action for you folks, keeping it fresh here. So we get a good range of tail fins types. Edinburgh really is one of those gifts that keep on giving in that sense. So I'm guessing while we stay with this that the Lufthansa A319 baby bus is probably about to line up. Yeah, I can just see the tail fin moving. We'll leave the camera here for the minute, no big rush for that because I can see another tail fin. The plane that you're looking at now, I'll cut to Lufty in a second. I don't think the other plane's vacated yet. So this one is bound for Berlin, off to Rhiner's part of the world. We're going to change, I think, when this one goes. I think that might be our window. I was going to go for a cheeky change, but I've backed out. No, you're dead right, Ken. Thanks for keeping me focused on that.
We're only 10 subscribers away from 3,000 mark.
Did wonder whether that was a possibility. What's that behind us? Oh, it's alright. It's a Jolly Green Giants lawnmower.
Yeah, it's a startup.
It's a startup.
757. Love that.
Yeah, so that's not 757. How many did you say? 10 short.
From what I can see on here, I think we're in the 10 range. It could be less than 10. You could be that 3,000 subscribers.
Well, here's the thing, folks. You know, whether it happened today or whether it happened tomorrow or whenever, 3,000 is not what we've turned out for today. But if you are subscriber 3,000, do sing it out in the chat. We'd say thanks to all of you anyway. But it's nice to have those milestone moments. And of course be able to share it with friends. You know, I'd always rather we turn the milestone over while we're live broadcasting rather than the milestone turnover in the week. You know, it adds up to the same numbers, I get that, but it's nice to be around friends when nice things happen. We thought it could happen, but we hadn't gone to the trouble of preparing some kind of 3,000 fireworks show graphic.
Like I was saying before, these are kind of just the added bonuses that sometimes happen occasionally, and better still if it's on when we're live because we get to show it with you.
Well, it looks like everyone's going to Munich at the minute because that's where this EasyJet is going. Must be something good happening there. In fact, this seems to be very much the travel to Germany segment of the show. The next plane out is a Ryanair 737 to Berlin, although it's not lining up, so I'm guessing if we go to the chat, something on finals. Okay, you out of charge?
No, I'm just conserving.
Okay, oh, just step back because we've got to get something else on the... I don't know what this is, by the way, if you could let me know. I know Ali Bai would have shouted it. Well, I get a battery change in and suddenly it's like Piccadilly Circus, which is a great dilemma to have.
So that's that right there from
Ah, right, I remember you talking about it now. Well, Simon Kirby was questioning whether you'd actually got a second job.
on the tourist tour.
On tourist board. But like you say, no, it's more about sharing good things with viewers, isn't it? Because those of you who like to tried their hand at this kind of adventuring.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, we're all here with a view to enjoying aviation, and I think any intel or any knowledge, I know the chat, I learn a lot from the chat, so anything I can give back in that sense.
Well, hang on, Nell W has to leave us. Nell, thank you for your great support. So I hope whatever it is you're doing next, you have a great time. And you're right, this is a great crowd to hang around with, especially with you in it. So have a good one, Nell. Just looking at all those emojis of the turboprop from earlier on. Simon, Ken, QC, Layla, it's had a good go. Michelle, plenty of rotations there. Just had a quick switch over on the camera. You have now got Eddie, TCC. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Hope all is good.
We're just about to be treated to a procession of a 757 and a turboprop once this Ryanair has departed.
Standing by.
Let that Ryanair go and we will enjoy it. Hang on, it's
I've got the outgoing jet music quite for you, so you can hear the sound. And great thanks to PCC. We're having a great old time at Edinburgh. So this plane off to Chicago, the Windy City. I've got I mean there's three to choose from, but the 757 is probably on my short list for plane of the day. With that kind hug for the subscribers, so yeah, please do hit that subscribe button. Let's see if we can hit the 3k during the show. Nice if we can, and you know, like I say, if you're number 3000, please sing it up. Simon Kirby, the Malta Air Ryanair charter from Wheeze, or Wheeze, I'm not sure, almost over Newcastle, so not too far out. Yeah, Michelle, that is a thing of beauty, that 75. Yeah, with QC Cat there. So I'll see the Aegean A320 on its way out, returning to Athens. That'll be the sound you can mostly hear in the background as we stay focused on this departure to Chicago. go for the battery change. We're going to do this Aegean departure. Straight to the battery change. That's probably the moment we turn to 3k subs, isn't it? When we're off air, technically. The TCC, beautiful, that 7.5, beautiful. I'm loving QC Cats emojis, look at that.
Yeah, I like it. Thank you very much, QC Cat.
Well, that's all happening. I'm going to get the spare battery out, warm my fingers up. Ken and Alibi have me on quite a tight leash when it comes to battery changes. Just looking at Michelle's comment about Malta Air, I'm not sure. I always get conflated between Malta Air and Air Malta. Is it Malta Air or the Ryanair owned subsidiary, and Air Malta's the flag carrying one? I can never remember. JP wonders if we have first and business on those 7.5s. My hunch would say yeah. I think there's a big ticket on business class travel transatlantic, isn't there? But I don't know, mate. It would be interesting. Simon Kirby's just heard from his mate Frankfurt. He's going to be with us in about 25, Eddie.
Alright.
I'll make sure you're on commentary at that point. Right, this could just put the camera to a neutral position, just straight in front of you. Right, we're just going to go for a quick battery change, folks. So, usual kind of drill, the screen will go blank and I'll be back with you. I've got my digits as warm as they're going to be. So, counting you down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll let you stay on camera, Eddie, if you like, while I put this on charge. No, don't fiddle around with that.
It's on top messages for the next
I know I can't make it do order, you see. Sorry folks, I realised that the battery change was quick, but I forgot to reactivate the HDMI feed. Sorry. You can't get the stuff.
Yeah, Simon Kirby says could be better on the battery change. B+.
Harsh but fair. I don't know if you can hear me, Simon, because I'm way out of from the way from the microphone, but harsh but fair.
So that EasyJet A319, Airbus A319 that you've seen taxi past is on its way to Geneva. And before Simon says it, as he got me last week with Geneva, I don't think she is piloting this aircraft.
Can we be certain of that though?
Oh, certainty is an interesting thing, so you can never rule it out. but I think we'll go on the side of caution on this one.
Side of caution it is. Oh, battery's charging. Simon, I take it with the spirit it's meant, mate. I can't believe it. The actual change of the battery was pretty slick. And then when I was congratulating myself on such a slick change, I realised that it does not tap the screen to put the HDMI back. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. Complacency. Going back to Dopey Gulp's question about first and business class on the 75s, is there anybody in the chat that's actually flown with United on their 75s? Going short. I love that KLM takeoff there. I think the pilot held it on the parking brake and then applied full thrust. It was a real kind of snap as he accelerated down the runway. Really enjoyed that. Next up, we have another prop.
To see about business class, first class.
Good stuff, Simon. Let's get a close up on that prop.
Good news is as well, following up on Simon's previously, Captain Frankfurt and his Lufthansa A321 from Frankfurt that might be about 10 minutes away. look at? This Emoji Central. It looks like the new Emoji's landing now. That's the main thing.
And that's a beautiful view. A Loganair with the Edinburgh countryside backdrop.
Michelle's gone into some more assets again. Well, that is a sea of emojis. It's a beautiful sight, beautiful sight. Right, collecting ourselves. I don't know if you can tell in the, oh hang on a minute, our Malta Air from Wheeze is also beetling down the track, probably about 13 minutes out. That's an attractive livery. But going back to the question, I can't remember who posed it now in the chat about the difference between Malta Air and Air Malta. Certainly Malta Air are a Ryanair subsidiary. I think Air Malta is something different. So I think the question was originally about suggesting that one of them might be having a difficult time at the minute. Either which way, this Malta Air incoming 737, it's one of my favourites livery wise. This being a 737 MAX 8-200, so yeah, might have to take a snap of that one, to be fair. I'll tell you what, it's a very musical chat today. It really is. It's like West Side Story or something.
Are you being lured into singing Oklahoma?
I can't hit any of the right notes. Just looking at Michelle's comment though, Doris Day, what a legend. What a legend. Anyway, collecting myself, let's have a look-see. So, welcome to anybody that's very recently joined the stream. You are live at Edinburgh International Airport. Been cracking day's plane spotting so far. Fog was a bit troublesome earlier on, but we've kind of hurdled that obstacle and it looks like we're set fair now for a little while, which will be good. I think the forecast is less good in a bit, but certainly as we are at the minute, we've got a, well, I think the forecast was up for a wind of around 7 miles an hour, just over 6 knots. Feels a little bit more than that, and I think the forecast did show a little bit of strengthening through the morning. It's still an east-northeasterly, which means essentially the wind is coming from the coast, from the North Sea. Gusts originally forecast around 10 miles an hour, 8.7 knots. I think they were likely to tilt upwards a bit as we got nearer to lunchtime. 10% chance of rain last we looked. I think rain was expected, or there's a 50% chance of rain by lunchtime. Show closes at 13:35 or thereabouts for the departure of the Delta 767. So I think we are set pretty fair. Yeah, I think that's the weather in a nutshell. So yeah, reverse ops operating from the 06 end of the runway. So basically the plane's arriving over Newbridge village and taking off towards the 1st or 4th, which is roughly in that direction. Although I've got to be honest, Eddie, I've got the feeling it looks a bit, I don't know if Ollie's still on the chat who's spotting from Kirk Liston, but it looks to me like it's actually getting mistier over there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the rain is due to come in towards the end of the show when the Dreamliner 787 is due to arrive. So we expect a bit of weather closing in at around that time.
I've got breaking news. I've got breaking news from Ken Alloway, from the Alloway newsroom. 2.99 subs.
Yes, so we're in that 10 sub range. We don't know how, we can't tell how close.
We can't tell.
We can't possibly know. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing, if you like it, feel free to have a look at our channel page, have a look at the kind of streams we've been doing, the kind of stuff we're doing. If you want to subscribe, you don't want to miss out on any future streams, give it some consideration. Also, while I've got the mic, hello to Forbes, lovely to see you back in the chat.
Hey Forbes, welcome back my friend, how you doing? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Simon Kirby, incorrigible Simon, why don't I try a little death metal? No, I'm probably going to stay out of that. Oh dear me. Oh dear, so we're actually on the precipice of 3k folks. We're somewhere in that sort of between 10 and 1 away.
Yeah, could be 1, could be 10.
Let's jog back to the car for the laptop, then you've got to know for certain.
Well, yeah.
Listen, we'll rely on you to tell us. Like I say, I think because it's possible, it'd be lovely, but either which way, today's been fun all ends up. TCC, yeah, Anchorman, Ken Alloway News, live from Edinburgh, from Prestwick. Okay, oh yeah, thanks Alibi, keeping the show back between the tracks. We have Captain Frankfurt and the Lufthansa A321 on finals from Frankfurt, so I'll jump on the camera. I'd better just zoom us out, haven't I, really? Wrong way. Mark having one of his periodical losses of focus there. I do love it when Eddie joins me on these shows, folks. I hope you all do too. It's more interesting if he's here, he says, but you know, it is, and it's just great fun. I mean, I always think, and I don't just say it for effect, that the company in the chat when you're down at the airport, it feels like you're in company anyway. But anywho, okay. So Captain Frankfurt is about to break through the cloud. Yep, there he is. I'm still grieving that Lufthansa changed up on us and didn't send their A319 in Star Alliance livery like was originally listed. So last we looked, Malta Air were a small number of minutes behind this plane. Excuse me, folks. I'm just wondering if I can put some more charge into this tablet. You know, when you're kind of working out which order to charge things in. That moment's not now. Let's go back and get ready for our Malta Air 737 arrival. I'll say this livery is a firm favourite of yours truly.
I'll just jump on quickly and say goodbye to North Sky Aviation. Thank you for joining us today. Have you got is there a premiere out tomorrow? Sunday evening, sorry?
I'm not sure. Mark, the floor's yours, mate. Have you got something out tomorrow? I'm guessing you're off to concert to watch your team.
And also goodbye to John. It's been a pleasure having you and your kangaroo emojis in the chat, and congratulations on joining us at Plain Sailing Aviation as a member today.
John, we look forward to welcoming you back. Like I was saying earlier on, some of your messages on my end I kept tapping the screen to open up and it wouldn't let me, so hopefully you've somebody else has done that for me. But either which way, mate, look forward to you joining us next time out, and do take care as we wait the Malta Air 737. I'll just leave us parked up generically here. QC Cap, you're so kind. It is nice when you working down here as a team. I'll make no bones about that.
John's given us plenty of kangaroos. I hope you can see those, folks. Again, I'm getting that message that says tap it to show, and I'm tapping it and blowall's happening, but there you go. Thanks, Alibi. We are literally straining our eyes to see this plane poke its way through the clouds. It must be a matter of seconds. Yep, there it is, just as on script. Split skimmeter winglets. We'll wait for it to come out the other side of the car wash. Maybe it's not coming out the other side. Welcome back, Doros. Everything going okay at Westminster? Jolly good. Just going back to the winglets, TCC was saying that...
You've over the sharklets, is there? Yeah?
Sharklets, yeah, I'm just wondering what the numbers are. Numbers up and off
now? Yeah, so it's closing. Sharklets out in front still with 38% of the vote, and split skimmeter 31%. So that was the split skimmeter we just saw cruising past us on that Malta Air.
Pretty elegant. We'll stay focused on it. It's a bit of an urban jungle in front, but we'll make the best of the view. Is that a tanker coming out? I think it is. Lovely stuff. Oh, do I see? Is that United pushing back, or is that just me rocking on my heels?
Airways pushing back.
Rolling around, seeing what's happening. Oh, we've got a better side-on view than I thought we'd get. There's too many lampposts for my liking.
Just going to get back to HQ.
Roger that. Eddie's just nipping off for a bit of lunch, folks, I think is what he was telling me in code. He's trying to invent a snack treat that fits between brunch and lunch. That's shark-like, isn't it? Just the fin. Michelle tells us that British Airways to London Heathrow pushing back and pinging. Roger that, Michelle, thank you. We'll pick that one up. I can see it actually in between the various bits of urban clutter. rotate around slowly. Find out looking at that 757, folks. I'll have given up the will to live the day I don't like looking at those kind of planes. Yeah. Yeah, Ken, I did muse on the Jaws theme momentarily. Tricky shout, Ollie. Come round this side and say hi, mate. Still got time enough, unless it's running that much early. I've not seen what the latest is on its arrival. Last couple of times we've been here, it's tended to come in around 20 minutes early. Islandia, he's up to something, I'm telling you now. As I say, he got that I'm off for a snack look about him. We'll ask him when he comes back. Ken Alloway confirms EasyJet 320 Neo is from Nice is 3 minutes out. Nice one, Ken. Or should I say, nice one, Ken. Yeah, I know, I can hear the groans. Yeah, Michelle, lamppost, lamppost, lamppost. Yeah, it really is a clutter. It really is. Oh, right, Ollie, I've got to be honest with you, I kind of discovered this spot before I discovered that spot, so I'm kind of with you. I don't even know how best to describe it. I think the best I did it, we did a live stream, a Sunday evening pop-up, and following morning here, and I think it was the following morning we had a runway change about an hour and a bit into the show. I was going to peel us out for our Nice EasyJet arrival, and it took me about 45 minutes. Mind you, I had to take my kit down, so I think if you literally just jumped in the car and came round, it would take you, I would say 15. With this live streaming caper, and I've got this stuff pretty compact, so unlike my focusing there. I don't know what it is, it's snag. Oh, I know what it is. There's like a fence in the foreground, that catch fence. I think it might be that that's snagging me. Anyway, the point being, it is a bit of a yomp, there is no question. Could really do with some kind of underpass, although obviously that's never going to happen, but EasyJet is just passing Livingston at the minute, standing by for action, folks. I've not completely lost the plot, just pointing the camera where the next action is due to come, although British Airways might give us a shot sooner. They're outgoing A320 to Heathrow, so bit of Chuckle Brothers stuff going off here at this end from me to you. So I'm going to go with what I can see and look to pull away at the last moment when the EasyJet breaks the cloud. Of course, I am risking another telescope, I get that. Next thing I know, it's actually running along the deck. But we'll take those off. I can see those of you who have got their fingers on the emoji button for the turboprops. It looks like Aer Lingus are starting up the lawnmower for the return trip to Belfast, certainly transponding. Folks, I was reaching for one of my pocket warmers and dropped it on the deck of all things. I know. Nice swept back wingtips. Very sleek. A bit more F1-ish really, I think. That's certainly where Mark's French is. The EasyJet, can't see it, but that's going to change instantly, isn't it? There we go. So it's playing inbound from Nice. This British Airways plane is going to line up pretty quickly, so we'll just hedge our bets with a it'll come into shot in a minute kind of position. Oh, Simon, the crown is on, is it? History has been made. I assume that's what you mean, rather than saying that it's that popular Netflix documentary. You mean it's on the TV right now kind of thing? Yeah. Well, I think this is going to go without fuss. The Foxy B, good afternoon, the Foxy B. I don't think we've said hi before. I'm Mark, plain sailing aviation, here at Edinburgh with my son Eddie. One of those moments like you get sometimes where you thought something else was going to be happening and the thing you thought isn't where you thought it was. Crackers. Up, folks. Incoming EasyJet A320 from Reykjavik, having departed a little over 2 hours ago. I'm just trying to work out, looking about Michelle's comment about retreating into the lounge. I've got some recharging headaches to solve here actually. Only a small headache. Blue smoke. So yeah, Dopey Gorp, thanks mate for the heads up on the Qatar Dreamliners. So the pattern of early arrivals continues, or I suppose with the prevailing easterly wind, if it's coming up that side, I can't remember its usual route. It's probably had a bit of wind assistance somewhere en route. basic essence of travel being east to west. I'm just going to rest there for a minute, folks. Ah, Doris, you're missing, seeing double, missing nothing. You'll do for me, mate. Look at Bruce's comment. They've put the hat on Chaz, have they? I'll tell you what, it looks like it weighs a fair bit. I reckon they've had him down the gym in the weeks before, trying to get a bit more on his neck muscles like the F1 drivers do. The Foxy B, it is absolutely great to be in your company. Our pleasure. Ken Alloway teasing us with that, are we quite on the cusp of 3k? Well, we're on the cusp. It'd be fantastic if we do it today. We can say thank you live on air, always grand. Dopey Gork confirming 10 away, so plenty of elastic left in the show. As I say, it's always nicer to be able to mark these moments together, live on air so to speak, rather than potentially pass later on, but all adds up to the same thing. Thank you for your awesome support, folks. Yeah, I think these things are kind of can you imagine if his crown had have fallen off? I mean, obviously they practice these things and they're weighted, I suppose, in a particular way, but oh man. Anyway, by the by, right, I'm going to leave the camera rested there just for a couple of seconds. I'm not going away, folks. I'm just going to pump some charge into this tablet, because I want to make sure it does show them. Nosy around. You see, I know Eddie knows there's a Greg's at Newbridge, so maybe that's where he's gone. We'll interrogate him through the chat. See, it's definitely, that is definitely getting missed here. In fact, actually, yeah, no question. You know, I was saying earlier on, that hill that I call Table Mountain, you can't see much of anything now really. You can see the trees admittedly, but it's all gone a bit cloudy. Ken, I reckon he's been gone long enough to go Princes Street by bus. Oh, thanks Ken, early heads up. We've got some turbo. I can hear now. That must be, let's have a look. I'm going to say it's a Loganair from here, but I really can't tell. I just don't have the precision of hearing, but I'd like to say it's an ATR 42. And that just proves I'm tone deaf, because in fact it looks like it's an Aer Lingus. Now it's hoving into view. Who's on finals? We have, what do we have? An EasyJet A320 from Amsterdam. Cool. And the turbo that you can hear in the background. Oops. Let's get the Amsterdam flight. Bit of me prannying away. See, it's not a ATR 42, it's in fact a 72 that is out of shot at the minute. Odds have got to be short on this going short. What do you reckon, folks? I think we have our answer. Alibi, I think he's having all of those things and probably a little bit of a siesta. I'm sure last time he didn't give me my phone. I said when you go pick my phone up, and he hasn't done that. He's almost been gone for long enough to have a double life somewhere, to be fair. To be fair, it is still quite nippy here, so... Here we go. Turkish Airways zooming by in the foreground, bombing the shot. I can hear another prop ticking away in the background. But let's track this British Airways departure. Take what's in front of us. So this is the Aberdeen diver, the A321. Guessing. I'd be interested in whether they actually got off the plane at all, or whether they've just had to sit there all this time. It seems an age since they arrived here, folks. I don't know what you think. My grasp of time sometimes is a bit elastic, but
looks like quite a few transponding on the deck. So Michelle confirms flight radar a bit quiet. I think most of the action now looks like it's going to be a raft of departures, I think. We'll see. QC Cats. Yeah, of course it will be. You're further into Saturday than us. Well listen, thank you so much QC. Awesome support, and yeah, look forward to seeing you next time out. As you say, it'd be mighty. The day will be getting on mightily in your part of the world. In fact, are you in Sunday now? Simon Kirby, he says he's unsackable. It might be something to do with the fact he drove me here. Perhaps I've been abandoned at Edinburgh Airport. You know, I'm just nipping out for a packet of fags and never coming back kind of thing. Do you know something? He's definitely going to get a Son of the Year kind of nomination if he comes back with Greg's bacon roll and a coffee or something. Although he can't be doing that. He would have asked me what I wanted, because I'd have said bring me two. Ken confirms our Dreamliner 35 minutes out, currently over the North Sea. Looking good, Ken Alloway.
That'll be coming in early. I reckon that'll play out certainly the right side of 1 o'clock, which is good because if the weather does change on us, and I don't know what the latest evolution of the weather is at. I don't know if Mad Mattock's still in the chat on the weather front, but I know at 4 o'clock this morning there was the chance of rain at lunchtime. Oh, Jolly Green Giant's lawnmower. Yeah, Bruce, they say it's hard to get the staff now, and Miss Landia, thanks for your kind emoji. That's interesting, Josh. Sunny in the northeast. When we left this morning, it was pretty murky. Not as murky as we found it when we got up here. Let's have a bit of this. I'll pull away to the 321 if it starts moving. Just in case QC's still in the chat. I'd like to send QC away with a vibrant turboprop image. Sounds like our A321 is spooling up for... Here we go. That's the cloaking device where it suddenly disappears. Well, I'm assuming this ATR's a bit more fully packaged than its predecessor. Certainly going a long way. Michelle, 33%, is that 33% on the chance of rain? We've got the brolly on standby. 11:15 with QC Cat. Well, listen, I'll be on my third dream by then, so amazing commitment. Happy sleeping. So, this one will be bound for Dublin. Behind the fence is the downside of this perspective. So we've got elevation over the majority of the runway. I was distracted there by that car. I could see it was approaching rapidly, and you could probably hear the swoosh as it went around the back of me. I think that is Vislandia. I think, if I've got it reckoned up in my head correctly, that would be the Washington flight, yes. I think that was the latest of the 3 United planes. So yeah, that would be my anticipation. Yeah, Michelle, Eddie really is 1 in a million. I love pulling his leg. He's on his way back now, actually. Although, disturbingly, not clutching a hot beverage or a Greg's takeout bag. I just don't know what to say, really. I'm a simple man at heart, and therefore I'm easily pleased. Yeah, well, anyway, those two things, a coffee and a bacon roll, would have been mega. Guarantee you that's what we're going to do once this show finishes. He'll probably say he's not hungry. I'll let you work out why that might be. Ruslandia, well, you're West Virginia. I'm sorry if you told me this before and it's not stuck in my head. I do try and remember these things, although I am increasingly forgetful. Anyway, the prodigal son returns. He has got my phone, but not the things I was hoping for. Just saying it, I thought you were going to Greg's. No. In fact, Ken thought you gone shopping in Princes Street. An alibi, well, he listed a whole list of delicacies from Square Sausage that you were working your way through. None of those things either.
I had a bit of lunch. To be fair, I'm doing the driving today, so you've got to stay in well topped up on the calories and energy.
Foxy B says I've got to send you back.
For a bit more lunch for me, or?
No, to go to Greg's, come back with a coffee and a bacon roll. Oh, and tomato sauce as well.
I'm not sure about that, Foxy B.
Foxy B, it does have that cloaking device look though, doesn't it, once they go up into the clouds. Now you see it, now you don't. Anyway, let's have a quick look, see what is pinging away on the deck. I can see there's a Ryanair 737 to Copenhagen is now moving, I think. United Airlines, as we were discussing a few minutes ago, is transponding and can't be. Yeah, that's pushing back. You can see yourself. Actually, that's the shot you've got. So that is pushing back, Washington bound. So we are going to have some heavy 757, flying pencil, whichever superlatives you want to throw out there. You warm?
Yeah, it's a little bit nippy here, but. I'm warm enough. Just in case any of the viewers at home were wondering if I was warm enough yet. No, I'm good, thank you.
So yeah, it looks like what we've got. Air France are currently over
Livingston.
Oh, hang on a minute. Wookiee alert, folks. We haven't got a Wookiee emoji. In fact, we haven't even got much of an United airplane in that shot. Let's go to what I think might be a Ryanair taxiing out. Let's have a look. Yeah, there we go. So we have Air France coming in with an A320, which actually I don't know. There's more learned people than me in the chat, but that's don't often see the 220 here with Air France. Charge, so it's not coming off.
Yes.
Just trying to get it all.
I'll be on camera. Eddie on camera, guys.
I'll do my Scotty thing on Star Trek by routing around trying to get enough power from impulse engines, dilithium crystals and all that malarkey.
Do we have any Star Trek the original series fans in the chat? Let us know. Both Eddie and Mark are original series fans, but we haven't watched much of the next generations, but they're more of the original series.
I'm sure it's very good, but I'm all about the original.
Yeah. Have to give it a try sometime, the next generation ones. I'm just grown up with the original series in the background, thanks to my dad, Mark. But here's another Ryanair plane making an incredibly slow taxi out to the active runway. Is this one on a taxi out?
so it's just holding.
Whoa, could be a telescope, but not quite.
Go on, you'll be on it.
I will be on it. Whoa.
Pressure on, Eddie.
There's
Ally by Ken.
no pressure. We'll pick it up. There it is. Here is
Airbus
the
A320 300 series. Hope you got the walkie.
Was I awarded a telescope on that one? It wasn't as smooth.
And I'm checking the chat because I think they are pretty tough on this.
Quite rightly so.
Speedbird 009. Beam me up, Scotty, indeed. How are you, my friend? Ken's in there with live long and prosper.
Yeah.
Yeah, the results are coming in now. Let's have a look. Ken's giving you half a telescope on that.
Half a telescope.
Yeah, I think they've been incredibly generous because they were holding me to a stiffer bar than that earlier on.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ken.
Foxy B loves Chewy.
I do as well. I quite like it.
I love that Chewy sound too.
Is that Chewy as in Chewy the airline or Chewy as in Chewbacca?
It's in the Wookiee.
Oh, okay.
It's the Wookiee sound on the 220, Eddie.
I was a bit slow on that one. I was thinking more of Chewy Airways.
I'm now thinking you were having a nap in the car.
Can't rule it out. Quick power nap. You can see the United. It's not a great shot for camera, but the United's on its way out. It'll be joining us on taxiway rather soon. It might come into the shot with this Airbus A320 Air France. We might be looking and get a bit of a...
My Speedbird 009, just in your post, yeah. Yeah, plenty of coffee. That's not what's happening here. There's a scarcity of coffee.
It's early in the day. Still plenty of action.
That's the bird speed. All two of them are being terrified.
And just a seamless transition from that Air France A320 to the Boeing 757 United. Seamless.
Oh, Michelle's posted. I can't quite. Michelle, my vision's not quite what it should be. I was looking at the emoji you posted.
Is it Chewbacca Wookiee?
It looks like somebody wearing earmuffs, I think. I can't tell. Michelle, you have to indulge me. What's the emoji? It's very striking. Indeed, political bias. Prosper all. Oh, political's now weighed in. Oh, hang on. United on their way to Washington with their 757.
Is this the last 757 departure of the day, or are we expecting?
It is, those the last
Last
one.
one. I mean, the only thing that could have capped the 757 experience we've all enjoyed today is perhaps one of their special liveries. We've seen before on previous visits to Edinburgh, they like to send her art here special livery on occasion. I think we've seen is it a Newark Boston one? Is it Newark Boston's one of the ones we've seen, and I'm not sure if
California
we've seen California most recently, but I think the first one
that was New York.
New York, Boston, yeah. I think it's a tribute to both New York and Boston. But I'm sure the chat will correct me if I'm wrong.
Will it make a change from them correcting me for doing wrong?
There goes that United. Let's see if we can get it all in shot for you. There it is. Very sleek. we have a destination on the Ryanair that has been
Copenhagen is the
tracking.
Ryanair that's shadowing it out, escorting it. The patrol's getting a bit livelier. We've gone from square to bang. See, that's my preferred. You probably see some of the birds flying across the shot now, all three of them.
There they go.
There they go.
Oh, and we have a winglet. Just to help
Split,
those,
yeah, split skimitar.
to help those who are still on the fence in the chat.
On arrivals, we have an ATR coming in.
Get the
That's a
prop.
new bridge at the minute.
Oh. Yep.
ATR 42-500, I'm thinking, from Sombra.
So we'll try and catch it as it comes in over that United 757.
I'm distracted by the chat. Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow. Kid! I know, it's terrible. I promise not to do that again for the rest of the show. It's been one of those spontaneous move boats.
Well, there you go, Alibi. You have won today's prize to trigger Mark to sing first. There you go. So we had a few attempts earlier in the chat. There was talks of togas and fancy dress, but
So what is the prize? Is it like a CD medley of my greatest tunes or something?
I'm thinking, well, could that be the emoji? Sort of.
Ewan, how are you doing? I've seen Ewan's entry into the chat. So Ewan is the inspiration for today's in-show poll. So we'll
Well,
you'll have seen Ewan. We are polling on winglets today. That is all down to you.
just in time to have a look
So
at
there you
this.
go. So I'm just quickly changing the slide, Eddie, so you carry on with the camera. So there it is, the visual representation that was inspired by you. We always like to say we're a viewer-led channel, so we are.
I think live in front of us as well, we've got a prime example of this is the split scimitar, is it?
Yeah, it is, and Alibi's just shouting up, we've got Ryanair from Bologna on finals.
Good stuff. So
All happening here at Edinburgh Airport, so thank you for choosing to spend your time with plain sailing aviation in the company of Mark and Eddie. Eddie on camera at the minute, Mark hopping around trying to look like he's doing something.
here's a little, you know, a lot of people have questioned whether I'd taken a nap, where I'd gone. But I'll tell you something I found out while I was gone. That subscriber count is currently one away from the 3,000. So you could be that person.
Right folks, come on. There's got to be somewhere out there once they're... Oh, hey, look at the contrails on that coming in. All the way from Bologna. Gorgeous. It's literally streaming all the way into it. The streaming stream. Ken says keep my mic low. I'll keep it zipped now. We've got this piece of aviation royalty about to line up, so let's not, you don't want my Dorsets trampling all over that. My tablet is at 46% too. How spooky is that?
just looking into the chat, the Foxy B, welcome to aviator class. Foxy B, fantastic. Norwegian.
Speculated who'd be on the tail fin on today's Norwegian, and there we go, blank canvas.
That's a good close out. Foxy B, awesome support, my friend. Hope you'll enjoy staying with us. You are very much part of the family.
Thank you.
That's the last show we had a blank tail fin as well. Since Ken and Alibi got me interested in the who you find, I think it was the Freddie Mercury thing, wasn't it, that got me curious. So I always look now, because I always think the Freddie Mercury one's a cult plane with me.
So yeah, thank you very much, Foxy B. Great to have you in the aviator class. Thank you for joining us.
Starting to line up. There's quite a few planes transponding on the deck. Switch round, or are you okay as you are? Ryanair, let's have a look. Budapest on finals. Looks to me, not that I'm specifically in the know, but the Copenhagen plane looks like it is going to hold now. I was curious what was parking us up, but with the Budapest flight imminent, so one Ryanair in, one Ryanair out. Yeah, Malta. I'm just looking at where that tail fin is. Is that Turk? I see an absolute gaggle of lit up transponders. Yeah, it has. So Malta Air look like they're going out imminently. Oh, I can see we've got a Loganair going off to NA. That'll be a treat.
Well,
so we're waiting for this plane to poke its way through the clouds, aren't we?
start to hear it, so we should be about to see.
It's not at Newbridge yet,
no?
So it's a bit further out, Eddie.
Don't know what I'm
Not
hearing.
many minutes. So what, I'm just going to pop up on the screen the Trump Force One pic that Ken Alloway took recently from the Donald's visit to Prestwick. Definitely worth sharing. Just in case there's anyone in the show at the minute who didn't see it. I'll have to come off in a second. But yeah, it's a great pic. So there's the tail fin of the Copenhagen bound Ryanair, and now we have visual on the incoming Dickens. Is our incoming Budapest plane. As you say, it's definitely murkier. See the streaking vapours behind the plane. Try to leave the shot long enough to show you a bit more. So I'm thinking our Dreamliner now can't be far down the track at all. Let's have a look, see what we can see here. Yeah, urban jungle. As our Norwegian finds its gate. just going to pull her out because I think that Malta Air can't be far away from showing itself. Let's just rest there for the minute. Michelle, I hope your phone is picking up charge faster than my blinking tablet. I'm at 47% now. It is the proverbial slow boat to China. I think we'll just stay on this Budapest plane as it turns in. That might be the compromise shot. Thanks, Stokey Gorp. I'm assuming that's the Dreamliner that's in the hold at 9,000. Points out, we have a Ryanair 737 off to Copenhagen. Been parked up a little while now. Thanks Alibi, confirming Ryanair are also on finals with a incoming flight from Shannon. Here's our Malta Air. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Malta Air. Thank you. Eddie's just saved me from disgrace. They just poke out, don't they? I'll leave this shot as long as I can, so hopefully you can see the vapour trail better. Nice puff of rubber smoke, rubberised smoke. I think that should more or less bring us into a cut across with Malta Air. Yeah, there we go. Aye aye, chicken pie. I may have not mentioned it in the last hour or so. What a lovely sight this is. Especially the tail fin itself. However, it's not going to displace any of the 3757s as my plane of the day as things stand. Although we've still got the Delta 76 due to go out towards the back end of the show, and fickle as I am, I'm always persuaded by the last good thing I see. Yeah, anything to oblige there, Ken. Hope you are looking after yourselves. You are into that lunchtime window, and as I always say, the show is best enjoyed with refreshments, in the warm with refreshments if you can do that. If you're travelling between A and B, obviously there's a bit more of a compromise, but sat on a train or a bus, yeah, Mark's pretty hungry as well.
Got latest info from Alibi.
Go on, straight from the studio.
3,000 subscribers.
You're not yanking me chain, are you now? Just keep me excitable.
That's really nice, everyone. Thank you very much.
Alibi, thank you for breaking that news, and if I sound slightly quiet, it's because I feel genuinely quiet.
Yeah, it's quite humbling for us both, because we just want to share a bit of what we get up to and bring aviation to as much variety as we can possibly do. And the more people subscribe, you know, that all helps us to bring a greater variety of aviation to you all at home.
I'm just going to take the camera off that car, don't want me to. So we've got Sun Express coming inbound with their 737 from Antalya, so folks are going to be feeling a difference. In fact, I've got visual now, so let's go to that. Honestly folks, I'm absolutely touched. We both looked at each other when, as soon as he said these in from Alibi, I was thinking, is it that or is it something else? And my head just went all over the place. Yeah, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Ooh, let me just come out of this so you can see those vapor trails a bit more. If you think it was you that turned us to 3,000, please say hi in the chat. I mean, it's not just about being 3,000, because everybody from 1 to 3,000 is every bit part of this, every bit part of it. So whereas we're always encouraging people to subscribe and like, the people that are with us, we want to keep with us, you know, simple as that. I'd rather keep the 3,000 people we've got than be sweating myself about 4,000, and I genuinely mean that. Wouldn't be at this if I was other motives. I'm babbling, aren't I? I'm just
yeah, so I'll take over the mic.
That's why it's good to have two. I was looking at the incoming you talk, because I'm everywhere.
So I was just enjoying looking at that Sun Express, because it gives me memories of, was it about a year ago when they came? I don't know whether they were here pre-pandemic, but they certainly got a water cannon salute. One of the videos we've got on our channel is a Sun Express. I believe it was a 737 getting that water cannon salute. Was it about a year ago? Feels like about a year ago.
Because, and I know Ken and Alibi in particular will find this difficult to believe, there was the Turkish Airlines one for one of their routes. That might have been Antalya as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, I stuffed up with that one and failed to record it, and was actually pretty crushed. So I can see Dopey Gulp in my mind's eye now when I say this. It's the Orange Pride thing all over again. I was like, how have I announced this up?
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, this Sun Express came in, and I wasn't expecting it to get a water cannon, because I hadn't appreciated it was a brand new route, and that's what it got.
Yeah, it was. See, I don't think I accompanied you on that trip. I think I must have gone to Edinburgh a bit earlier in the year.
It's one of those moments where you've seen your dad virtually in tears. TCC, thank you so much, and thank you Alibi58 and anybody else that I've missed. Oh, KLM inbound. Trying to get a grip on things. So this being an Embraer 190 standard from Amsterdam. Thank you Alibi. And you're right, Ken, I think they must have a flat tyre or something on that Copenhagen flight. It's in no particular rush. Oh, Dopey Gulp says we're 3001.
Good stuff.
Having a bit of a jig. Got a wheelie on. How's it going?
Lovely sight. I know we spoke about it last week, but that KLM blue, they must have a trademark out on that colour, because that is one beautiful colour, especially on aircraft. Don't know if Dulux would do a range of KLM blue for living rooms and.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and sell Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation on KLM blue. For regulars on the channel will know I'm on the working my way around the rooms of the house repaint project. I think it was one of the conditions of my retirement that, you know, Mrs. Plain Sailing says, what are you going to be doing? I says, well, apart from filming planes, I'm going to do a bit of painting and gardening and stuff. Ultra Air outbound.
Well, here's a good question. If you were to decorate sort of, you know, a personal room, like your bedroom or your study, whichever room, your living room, whichever you spend the most time in, and it was an aviation based colour, what colour would you paint that room? If it had to be an aviation colour, so obviously KLM blue, we can see the Malta Air, let's just zoom in on it a bit, the Malta Air red.
Folks know I'm going to be getting some kind of appropriation of the Edelweiss livery.
Yeah. Or is it a pattern? Because obviously I know the Vueling tail fin's quite popular in the plane spotting community.
Ooh, it's like our Dreamliners on fire,
Or Qatar grey.
And you take us to Qatari grey. Nice early rotation. And still the 737 to Copenhagen is static.
You could go for kind of a sea effect with the TUI kind of livery inspired living room paint effect.
I'm imagining some kind of Edelweiss stenciling mayhem. I'd clearly be living on my own with that.
EasyJet orange, any takers?
Nah, I think the most calming is KLM blue actually.
Probably KLM blue has now risen to the top.
Hang on a minute, yeah, we're back to KLM gate, which I kind of opened inadvertently, didn't I?
Orange pride colour.
Ken and Dopey Gorp are all over me with that one, and I suppose the orange pride livery, if you were decorating a bedroom. KLM, oh, hang on, Dreamliner alert.
Dreamliner, here we come.
You're going to get some great contrails off this, I would have thought. Little wing for delivery on. Emojis going heavies, hence today. Alibi's just shouted out for the, I'm assuming we're talking for the decor, Loganair tartan.
Ooh, that is a good shout actually.
Well, it is, because actually I could imagine that with the tartan being quite a good border actually.
Or on like if you went for a feature wall type.
Aegean is stealing out, folks. I can't believe it. It's like a distraction thing. They've waited till we're fixated on this Loganair liveried bedroom that we were thinking about, or other room for that matter.
Perhaps like a feature wall.
Oh, Ken's got the Spirit. He's already got a Spirit yellow room. Is that a canary yellow or literally the Spirit?
The Spirit yellow. I think it's an Australian Airlines Spirit. I think it's quite. I'm trying to think what yellow. I'm trying to imagine the yellow now. How I could describe it.
Don't worry, Michelle. I'll get my chance again with Orange Pride. We'll call it Mark Pride in this context, shall we? We'll get it.
Well, I was personally a little bit disappointed because I was thinking it'd be a great Father's Day gift at some point. The KLM model of the Orange Pride, but now I feel I can't give that gift because it would be perhaps a negative memory. I don't know.
Ken, we're living like that. Ken, TCC and Dopey Gorp are all spanking those heavy emojis.
Good stuff, guys. Thank you.
Alibi, thanks my friend. Off to hopefully get some refreshments. I'm not going to say this correctly because I try my hardest. Nura Ram Osim, welcome to the chat. Obrigado, so I'm thinking Portuguese.
Portuguese language.
Yeah, absolutely. Nura, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. You've got Mark talking at the minute. My son Eddie is on camera. We'll usher in with some heavy emojis. Things are quite jet of some flavour. There we go, 320 on its way to Belfast. Factory now, so that'll be our next departure, folks.
I think we had a viewer from Belfast earlier on, didn't we? Just talking about
we did. I've got to be honest with you, since we hit 3,000 my concentration span has evaporated.
Contain that excitement, we've still got a bit of action to...
Oh, what's the back 22 minutes?
22 minutes, yeah.
So we'll do another changeover, hopefully more efficient than the previous one. We'll not have as much in the next battery, but we'll see what we've got. We'll certainly get our slow run time out of it. Shall I switch over or are you good where you are?
We can do a switch.
Alright, let's stick to it. Just changing over at this end, folks. I apologise for the reduction in camera quality, but the old man is now back on the camera. Eddie's watching the chat. So we will do a battery change. We've got 21 minutes on this, so we'll just find a reasonable gap to drop into. But we'll not rush it. Looks like everything else is cooking with gas. Tablet is 50% charged now. Fancy that, folks. 50% charged. It's been plugging away. As we follow this EasyJet's return flight to Belfast. Currently lost from view, so let's anticipate where it's going next. Give us a chance to see what's happening out and about. Yeah, that Copenhagen flight, Ken, finally went. Michelle was saying she painted the Cretan Bull Dancers mural on her living room wall back in '94. Now, I think we've covered this in a previous chat. You're quite artistic, Michelle, if I recollect correctly. That definitely sounds artistic.
Alibi says maybe he could do the granddaughter's room in the Smurfs livery. Is that a reference to the Brussels Airlines? Because I think they've got a Smurfs.
They have.
Smurfs one. Yeah.
They have indeed. Or from Smurf back to him. So anyone that's just joined us, welcome to Edinburgh Airport. You're with Mark and Eddie, your hosts for the show. Due to finish about 13:35 when the Delta Airlines 67 goes, but we may stick around for a bit longer. See what the consensus is on that. Still got a bit of old juice in the tank, so just having a quick look, see for myself what the weather is. The last we looked, there was a possibility of rain, or an increased possibility of rain around lunchtime.
Umbrella is on standby.
Umbrella on standby. But you haven't got a raincoat, so you're going to rely entirely on the brolly. I thought I was standing under the brolly. I thought that was the deal we had.
I'm going for that Gunther Steiner, I don't need a brolly. For those who've enjoyed Drive to Survive on Netflix, I'll hold it for you. I'll be the tough guy who holds it in the background.
To be honest, I mean, obviously we're not being sponsored by Netflix, but do I love that series? Yeah. I love Formula 1, to be honest.
Formula 1, we're big Formula 1 fans here. We're talking on the way up to Edinburgh about the Grand Prix in Miami this weekend, and certainly that would be one. You know, if I won the lottery, I think hitting a number of Grand Prix around the globe would be quite exciting, wouldn't it? And Miami's one of them.
Well, I always used to say Singapore, Monaco, and it's on my bucket list of things to do to go and do the Monaco Grand Prix. Probably have to stay at Nice and travel in.
Yeah.
You know, it seems to be the more cost-effective way of doing it. But then I've, in recent times, started to fixate a little bit more on Singapore because it's a street circuit and there's a couple of iconic spotting places, I think, there as well. The hotels have some really ridiculous prices, but ridiculously good views.
Yeah.
Bucket list territory, really. And of course, fly there on a 777, and I think Singapore is still running the 380, aren't they? Or they probably won't by the time I ever get to do it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, that's the thing with sort of being an aviation enthusiast. I think when you look at flights, I've often fantasized about flights that I may or may not catch, the long haul ones, and I'm always very keen to see what aircraft's operating it, but you'd be gutted in some respects. As much as I think I've said on either in the chat or on live stream, I love the 777, but if you bought a flight out to Singapore and you think you're going on A380, and if there was a last minute switch and it was a triple, you'd feel, I mean, I've never been on a triple, I'd love to go on a triple, but if you have sort of got in your mind an A380 and then the switch happens, then obviously less than ideal. But yeah, I think Singapore would be pretty exciting. It's a night race, isn't it, Singapore?
Yeah, well, that was the other thing that was kind of influencing me. Although to be fair, so chance of rain, I'm just looking at this, looks, well, it's one of those days, isn't it, where it might not bother raining at all between now and 5 o'clock. By 5 o'clock it's 90% certain to be tipping it down, I think. Certainly, I didn't put the airport thing in, I just put Edinburgh Central, didn't I? Fingers are so cold. Here we go, here. So we've got 50% chance of rain at 2 o'clock, through till about 3, heavy rain from 4, and then it looks like it's pretty much toast thereafter. So we should get from here, the show's end, pretty good. DB Bassman, yeah, we had a couple of go-arounds. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is the beauty of YouTube, you will be able to catch it up. They got down third time of asking, which we were talking about this at the time, the skill level with these pilots and those split-second decisions when they recognise when something's viable or not. Take your hat off to them. I was as well reflecting on a slightly more sort of irrelevant story about from Flight Radar newsletter about it was the same type, a 767-300 from Prague to New York that had to divert to a Canada airport. The ailerons were frozen up with water that had escaped from a couple of leaking toilets of all things, but as they descended to prepare to land, the defrosting basically freed everything up. Glamorous stuff, not always this aviation caper. Leaky toilets. So in shot any second now we should have. Oh, Frankfurt's on his way home. Mrs. Furt will be delighted. So nice treat for us, Airbus A321. Serenely. Sure I'd seen something, who's been called in the chat. We've got something on finals.
Yeah, we've got Loganair from Stornoway making its way across the Houston Industrial Estate, just passing Livingston.
That's what we're talking, an Embraer 145?
It is ERJ 145, exactly that. Registration GSAJK.
That, very nicely done, Edward. See an EasyJet coming out behind me as well. We're not, looks like we've got a little bit of a that one's going to Paris. The EasyJet A320, right. Mark's going to get back in the present. In the present. Michelle, I'd love to be airside at East Midlands. I think one of the things that is trickier about East Midlands is the spotting locations aren't quite as spotter friendly, not in my opinion anyway. It's doable, it's just suboptimal in many respects. There's not many places with great elevation above the fence, so
yeah, it'd be very special to be able to stream airside at East Midlands, because that was the airport that of course I grew up going and watching. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's get this Embraer coming in. I've got to ask Foxy B a question, because Foxy B's just said in the chat that East Midlands is local. Is Foxy B in any way a are you a Leicester City fan, out of curiosity? Just dawned on me. 12 minutes left on the battery, inching towards the change, but we're going to squeak the pips out of this battery. I've had a fat finger moment, folks.
Read out. It's an EasyJet Airbus A320.
Yeah, sorry Eddie. Lapsing concentration there. Lufty's lining up, so I'm going to peel off it. My gaze was over in one place. I was trying to fiddle with something else, and as usual, mayhem resulted.
Not a Leicester City fan, says Foxy B.
Oh, Foxy B, I thought, what are the chances? Listen, you're a member of this channel, we'll take that.
We've even got Simon supporting him Nottingham Forest, so everyone's welcome. Simon, if you're still there.
Simon's counting on his 3 points from Southampton, you know. Is that Sunday? I've just got this notion. That's that cloaking device again. Happy days. Leo, good afternoon Leo, welcome to the show. Mark on commentary at the minute, Eddie at my side, so welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, Leo.
Just say goodbye to Vislandia. Says thanks to Mark and Eddie for a great stream today. It's a real pleasure having you here, and we hope to see you again on the stream soon.
Vislandia, always a pleasure. You're great company, and we look forward to catching up with you next time out. We're not quite sure when the next show's going to be. We'll figure that one out on the way back down the A1. I mean, Eddie with work, a number of you will know, obviously trying to, it's a tricky balance. Some of our moderators obviously balancing day jobs with supporting the channel, tricky enough, but we'll look to work something out, whether it's in the shape or form of a pop-up or whatever. We get withdrawal symptoms. Of course the weather's the other thing in this, isn't it? So what we've got on the cam now, 9 minutes. Birds are singing like fury, aren't they? So I've got this EasyJet A320 parked at the minute for its departure to Charles de Gaulle Airport, Paris. Just having a quick see Air France with their, I think that was the A220, wasn't it? So we're going to get a bit more Wookiee, although not sure if the startup sounds will carry for us here. Be a shame, but either which way, that is going to be out imminently. That is slated to go. What time is that slated to go? There's a question. I've done it again. Fat fingered mark. I think I'll focus on the incoming Ryanair 737 from Malaga. That might be safer territory. So some way out yet, but it's on finals. Just to the west of Livingstone. Yeah, DB Bassman, I love that Star Air 767 too. Do you know, I've got that, you know, that finger on the trigger moment where you want to switch the battery over because you think it's now. Let's put this next one, let's get the Malaga flight in. Hey, oh, Les has finished. Les, you've got to take it steady, mate. You've got a brew on in front of you. Kind of worked out okay, hasn't it, really, weather-wise? I'm looking over the far horizon. I won't take the camera off, but Kirkliston side, it looks pretty clear now, heading that way for what, 5 miles or thereabouts. Visibility is pretty good. What's less good, I suppose, is the fact that rain is thought to be likely, and there is no question the clouds are getting darker. I think those of you who are watching that are in the Edinburgh area will probably have a similar experience if you look out the window. But I don't genuinely fear rain as likely in the next half an hour. Famous last words. And yeah, you're looking at Ken. Ken's right. We hit 3,000 subs, which is still like percolating through my tiny brain. So as always, to anyone that's recently joined, obviously Les won't be in this group because he's already subbed with us and hopefully liked. But yeah, folks, if you like, obviously this exact minute in time, nothing much is happening, but we're about to go live to action any second. But if you like what you see, please do give us a like and also consider subscribing. We've just passed 3,000 on the show, which is a major landmark for us, but it's not just about the milestone. They have sentimental value. It's more about, you know, it helps us a lot with YouTube, no question, but we actually want you with us. You know, we want to be able to share high quality aviation action as best we can, but also the social experience that goes with it. Certainly what gets me out of bed at 4 in the morning. Do you know something? This must be the slowest final approach I've clocked today. Got to check that one on flight radar again. I'm expecting to see some loop. Yeah, I think it's literally going to poke through the clouds. Quick look in the chat. Oh Les, did you miss your gifted membership? I thought you were there for that magic moment. I've got it in my notebook who your gifter was. I can't, honestly, I'm developing a forgetful trait. In fact, you take the camera. You want to take the camera for a minute? Yep. Ken, it was Ken Alloway. I heard the camera back. Right. Ken was the person, 6 minutes on the camera. Now I'm getting edgy. Right, we are going to go for an express battery change once we land this incoming plane.
Oh, that's the comment from Ken saying look towards Burns County.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's good to see.
Indeed, that. No. Yep, we've got visual now. It's a bit UFO-y, so that tells you the murk's coming back, isn't it? I was saying how things were improving, but I genuinely think it is just starting to murk a bit. As long as we get our 7.6. Now we had Ryanair's 737 to Copenhagen parked up in the lay-by. It rather looks like EasyJet's A320 to Charles de Gaulle is parked up there. They must be serving out bacon rolls or something.
I just saw interesting. I think it was Michelle. Just lost the comment now. Yeah, Michelle talking about some of the aircraft and airlines we can expect in the next sort of few minutes, up to an hour maybe. And there's mention of a Jet 2, and I was thinking, have we seen a Jet 2 on the stream?
I don't think we have today, have we?
No, so it's quite interesting, because it's almost an aircraft and an airline, sorry, that is quite, you know, you see on a quite a regular basis from UK airports, but we haven't seen a single Jet 2. But
Well, Foxy B says it's wet round Nottingham at the minute. That's interesting. It really hasn't worked out so far. I mean, it's Saturday, so there's still plenty of the weekend to go, but it's
it didn't look the best, because I was trying to work out a window I'd go for a walk at some point this weekend, but oh, is that our 767? It looks like making some noise in the background.
Really?
No, maybe.
I can see a Ryanair taxi again.
It's a Ryanair.
Moderators, I expect you to extract full penalty on young Edward here.
I'm just excited, and I think other aviation fans
I've done worse, by the way. I have done worse.
will enjoy that excitement. Misplaced excitement on this occasion, but excitement nonetheless.
So I see our Air France is pinging away. That must be pushing back. The plane that you thought you'd seen is the Malaga plane recovering to the
Terminal. Let's just compound Eddie's discomfort. Oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to have to change the battery, aren't I? So while I'm compounding Eddie's discomfort, that's the plane he saw a bit of and got excited by.
It's making a lot of noise.
Right folks, I'm going for a battery change now. So usual drill, moderator team stand by, screen will go blank, I'll be back on in a jiff. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That will better. I'm hoping Simon Kirby stayed on to see that. So we're gassed to go. It looks like what's something there, KLM pushing back. I'm not sure, but I saw a little bit of movement. Just going to leave the camera there for a minute while I pack the battery away.
Nothing, just enjoying having a read of the chat, seeing what's coming up. Josh saying there's a KLM squawking, is he 7700 or 7700 at Newcastle?
Really?
So I'm not quite sure what that would be, but hopefully everything's okay there. But then Michelle just confirming for us there's 2 Jet 2s soon. EasyJet, we're in a bit of a sequence of Jet 2, EasyJet, EasyJet, Jet 2.
Just swapping batteries around, folks, so don't think the route. Oh, that EasyJet is scampering out. So Thanks for bearing with us, folks. Hope we've got everybody back. Certainly our output screen says everything's hunky-dory. So this plane bound for Paris Charles de Gaulle. I'm wondering where our Wookiee's got to.
All lined up there. Lights twinkling away now in the light of the day.
Twinkling like the sparkle in my eye with that 3,000 subscribers.
Nope.
Showtime. Just about to see Table Mountain in the background. I can see some Loganair activity. Not there though. Let's just hang around just about there. That's the street corner we're going to hang around on, folks. This ATR 42 that's coming into view off to Kirkwall. Are you in the live chat at the minute, are you? And now I'm back. Yeah, my BDI pen. It's a kind of Table Mountain anyway. Like to give those emojis a twirl. I think 12's about right, isn't it, really? Thank you. Most certainly. Yeah, that's Table. When I say Table Mountain, I don't mean the real deal. I'll show you in a minute, Foxy B. I don't know if you saw. It's just a flat top hill behind the airport. But in my head, I always think of it as Table Mountain. Bit of a pet name for it, really. I don't know what the real name is. Got a Ryanair something or other taxiing behind the. Oh, that's interesting, Josh Scott.
Yeah, just seeing it in the chat, so hopefully everyone's alright with that. I mean, again, we talked about the skills of pilots earlier on. I was getting into this.
Here we have a fairly steady proceeding Ryanair to Rome. You were saying, Eddie?
Yeah, so just reading what Adam's put in the chat regarding the aircraft in Newcastle, and a lot of people echoing these sentiments, hope everyone's okay, but I think, you know, we were talking about pilot skill before, and, you know, I mean, obviously we don't know what's gone on there, but I'm pretty sure, you know, the pilots have done the best job they can in the circumstances, so hopefully everyone's alright, safe landing, but yeah, if you speculate, maybe we'll pick up a couple of aircraft here, so we'll have to see about that.
Sounds entirely probable.
Don't know whether they would divert here with the
Manchester
to Manchester. A lot of options.
Yeah.
Bradford,
Teesside.
Teesside is in locality, I guess. They'll all have, I think it was covered earlier in the chat when we were talking about the Delta, they're all having their sort of flight plans, that contingency anyway, so whether Edinburgh was that. Josh saying it looks like everything's fine, pilot KLM's back moving, so, you know, echo what I was saying before, some pilot skill that can bring down an aircraft just shows how great these guys are. We had a bit of that earlier with Delta Togas.
We really did. There's a lot of prestige to being a pilot, no question, but it's richly earned, isn't it? Richly earned.
Definitely.
So we're saying Newcastle is still closed.
Josh is just updating us. There's an Aer Lingus circling and a Jet 2 also circling, joining it. So I mean, if the KLM is able to get off the runway, I'd imagine they'll do a quick runway inspection and
sounds about right, doesn't it?
Running again, which is great news for everyone.
Huh? Job's a good one. Oh, that's interesting. Les was saying, what, Table Mountain's a shale? Is a shale bin. Used to be higher, but used in building roads, so they just keep scraping off it. Is that how it's got its distinctive flat top look? Makes sense. The demand for hardcore material for hard stands and, you know, roads and so forth, pretty insatiable stuff. Oh, thanks, Les. In my heart, always Table Mountain. What's a bing anyway? Is that like is that a local term for a high point, or I'm only just getting used to local terms in Northumberland for different bits and pieces. Burns, whereas we call it a brook in Leicestershir.
So Ken's telling us the Delta 767 to JFK is now pinging on flight radar.
Ken, not much gets past Ken.
You can hear something.
Yeah, I can as well.
But I can't tell. There's a bit of a nice aviation smell wafting in this direction as well, so
You are right. Now, I've not heard that term bing before. Ken's used it as well.
I always think as the Bing being that place in the Sopranos.
Oh dear. Ollie NB, so let's have a look. You're away, are you, my friend? Well, listen, if you are ever in the same place,
You've got to say hi. It'd be great to put a face to a name. Hope you've enjoyed your spotting. I think we kind of got away with it today, didn't we, in terms of keeping our foot in there.
so I hope you've enjoyed yourself like we have.
It really wasn't looking promising earlier on, was it? But you get your luck, don't you, if you keep your foot in long enough.
So yeah, happy spotting next time. Ah, Les, waste material from shale oil extraction. Now, you see,
We came here to film planes, but we always find something else out along the way.
did not know that.
So that's an entire spoil heap, Les, just so I've got this straight in my head. Just scrape it all off if you were so inclined.
Michelle's posted a question about, can't quite read that. You got it.
So what I recollect from the chat was it was a KLM. I'm not sure if it was an Embraer or a Boeing.
Let's get this EasyJet's arrival from Dubrovnik in I can just get myself lined up. Here's a generic question to my esteemed moderator team. What are we looking like on likes at the minute? Just out of curiosity. I'm still doggedly frozen on 28 rather than the usual. Plus it's in increments of 14 because it's often 14.
Yeah. I wonder if we all need husband 201, I think.
Nell, I've just spotted your entry back into the chat. How you doing? I don't know, I bet we'll be a long way off needing husband 201. Let's find out. Well, Ken was hosting I think Ken and Prestwick were hosting a convention of tankers.
Prestwick.
No, Prestwick. Let's just fetch that other camp because I put the Donald's plane up. Let me just check I'm not falling out with any incoming traffic.
The Ryanair departure.
Well, we'll have the Ryanair departure then, shall we? And somebody else is on finals. It's going to be holding for British Airways are incoming, aren't they? Oh, no, it's not holding for it. So, folks, give you a bit of whiplash there. Mark's excitable nature. So behind this we've got a British Airways, it's an A320 on finals. I was going to fetch up the Strata tanker. A3135. Better keep a watch for our Delta, haven't we? I think that's a Ryanair that's about to hove into view. So I'll just rest the camera there so you've got something moving. So in a minute you're going to see the Ryanair return flight to Shannon. So it goes. Quite a few planes lit up now on the deck, isn't there? A lot of apron activity. Right, I suppose I better peel away. I shouldn't say it, but is the sun actually attempting to come through?
Yeah, it's giving a slight indication of improving. The went to the east, it looks a bit different, and the east is exactly where the Delta 767 is heading towards this point.
Oh, and that's my cue. See how Eddie did that, folks? Absolutely seamless. What he was trying to say is, come on Dad, get with the programme. And there you are. Definite contender for plane of the day. Depends what floats your boat. Unquestionably an outing for heavy, for our heavy livery emoji. Maybe it's your favourite livery too. Who knows? But I do love the
spot of rain now.
Yeah, it is. We are now just getting spots of rain, so we may end up having to Eddie's already moving into, in fact let's just move a bit of contingency around.
I think it was closing in fast.
Sorry folks, I'm just making some quick lash up arrangements. Eddie's got the brolly on the case. I've got a feeling we are in the fag end of what the weather's going to do for us. It's been that is not good at all, is it? You're probably guessing, well, in fact I'll cut to it folks. So what's coming in is that, and that is definitely rain bearing action.
I think the weather's going to close in quite quickly, so we'll probably just get away with it, and we'll get some look at the winglets on that 767. They potentially are the largest winglets we've seen today.
Oh, questionable. What the question I'm kind of asking myself is, how does the wingspan of the 76 stand up against the Dreamliner?
So I think the wingspan is larger, my instinct says larger on the 78. However, those winglets, proportion to the actual wing size, were relatively large, at least from this angle.
I haven't got the numbers in my head, but I have the notion the 777 has a bigger wingspan than the Dreamliner.
Really?
Yeah.
We've got an arrival.
Yeah, I'm just going to cut from that folks, breaking my heart to have to choose as I am. Let's just get wheels down. It's all good, it's all happening. We're in the last phase of the show. We were planning to finish on the Delta, we might go a little bit longer because clearly there's movement, and to be honest the weather is not yet at a point where we would stop. So stay with us. If we do end up having to close down the show a bit quicker than usual, you'll understand, I know, and we'll put a post out later. You can probably hear the rain actually on the brolly now. It is only shower stuff, but yeah. Right, let's get our Delta. I've forgotten about the outgoing Shannon plane. I assume that's the Shannon one. I've just lost grasp on reality. Welcome back, Rainer. How you doing, mate? Hope you've had some nice lunch. Just in time to see this beauty head off to the skies. Michelle, I'm just looking, you've got a message with all the coffees posted, but for some reason
it says another moderator handled it. So
oh brilliant, I couldn't see that folks.
We weren't holding your custard tarts and cuppa. We appreciate that comment.
Michelle, you need a little trolley to bring them over this way. Can't wait to get something to eat. So, I mean, this is sustaining stuff, but
Nell asks, is the Delta from the Toga?
Yes, it is now. They only have, I think it's the one flight through Edinburgh. So yeah, it is the Delta of the Toga.
Winglets are 11 feet on Delta 767, says Ken. Good knowledge there, Ken. Thank you for that.
Sage stuff, Ken. Oh, hang on. Talking of Sage, I've just become hypnotised, haven't I again? Is this the Shannon plane? I forgot. Hey ho, it's going. It's a 737 and it's a Ryanair, so that'll do. Delta out next folks, so if you're just joining us, welcome to the latter phases of Plain Sailing Aviation's live stream from Edinburgh. Mark on commentary and camera at the minute, Eddie at the side of me. Welcome to the show, or in some cases, as with Rainer, welcome back. Apologies if I've missed anybody else's re-entry. Kind of realise around lunchtime in particular, people come and go. Oh, Norwegian in the foreground, so we'll have a quick look-see at that. But we'll be on the Delta as soon as it provides a cleaner shot, folks. So it's actually an exciting time. The weather is definitely showing signs of breaking on us, but there isn't a version of the future that sees us not film that 767 going. So rest assured we'll be here for that plane, and then anything we manage to do between there and onwards is just bonus footage. We're juiced up to go longer, which is good. We'll just see where the action takes us, because obviously we don't want to just stream nothing.
Just had another generous donation from Rainer. Thank you very much for your support, Rainer.
Thinking it, Ryan, you are a friend to the channel. Thanks, my friend. Thank you so much. Real gent. Stay with the plane in a minute. I've got to just down in my little pocketbook. Well, somebody's on finals. I ought to know, hadn't I, really? I know it's been called in the chat as well. If you see it in the chat, it would have been. It's Mark's level.
Yeah, they've got a Jet2 holiday livery from Manchester, so I'm assuming.
From Manchester?
Yeah, so reshuffle.
Positioning flight,
Positioning
perhaps?
flight, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, we've definitely cornered a decent passage of traffic. Yeah, that was it's almost like a cursory. Very smooth. Right. Delta's moving, folks. Get those emojis standing by. I've just realised I've dropped my pen, so I'm just going to put the camera in a middle position. There we go. Ah, brilliant. Right.
Just hearing the thrust increasing as it positions itself on the active runway.
Nicely done. Just a feather.
Yep.
Right, folks, drink it up.
Ken saying plane of the day for him is the Delta. Who agrees? I think I do.
Do you know what I'm going to say? Well, I'll wait till after this. I was with United, wasn't I? And I said it's always the last one I've seen, and
I
I'm
enjoyed seeing the United 75s, but
I'm decamping to this. I am 7.6 as well. I've done what I always do. I can't
I
say
feel
no.
like Bruce Forsyth on Strictly Come Dancing. Each
Yeah,
couple is my favourite.
You're my favourite.
Each plane that goes by is our favourite. We'll let you enjoy this takeoff.
A bit cold on the old digits there. But, look at that. That cloud is coming down, isn't it? It was soon into the soup. Right, so our Norwegian 737 is about to line up. So let's have that. Air France walkie never went in the end, did it? Or have I just forgotten in the excitement of the show?
I think with the early start, neither of us have been on the freshest. I think we're a bit sharper last Sunday in terms of memory.
Foxy B, I am looking out for the Freddie Mercury tail fin 737. It's now become a cult thing in my mind's eye.
Dopey go up to the TUI Sunwing 737 Max on pilots.
Ooh. We'll have that, Dopey go up. Nice shout,
I
mate.
said at Newcastle. Dopey go up, you guys.
Yes, you drew us in, Dopey go up. You drew us in. If you'd seen my face, it lit up like I'd seen a £10 note fluttering down in front of me.
Oh dear.
Oh. Oh man alive. Yeah, Ken's weighed in with plane of the day, I think, there, if I'm looking over your shoulder. And Ken's confirming that Air France is pinging away. I thought it was pinging earlier. Certainly not in a particular rush. "27 years old." Again, it's the same with the 75. I think the 75s were 28 and upwards, were they not, this morning? still look good. Find the cloud. Funny, innit? I'd say the cloud looks a little bit higher, but it's only a few minutes since the Delta went out.
I think it's just really unpredictable at this point.
It really is. I'm going to leave the camera trained on the terminal because that seems to be. We'll have a quick look in the chat. Is there anything on finals that's been called, Eddie? Let's just focus on my beloved KLM.
Super chat from DB Basement. Thank you very much for your generosity. It means a lot to both me and Mark, and it certainly helps us bring you more aviation action in the future, so thank you very much.
DB, thank you so much for your kind support. Everything that Eddie has just said, like I say, everything we take goes straight into the action, so what we take you're going to be seeing soon without exception. So that really does help us a lot. That is fantastic. Those such kind words as well. We've enjoyed it. We genuinely thought we may have come up the A1 for no good reason at one point, and we were going to divert to Newcastle, interestingly enough.
It sounds like it's been quite lively at Newcastle today. I think there was a Dreamliner. I think there's a Sunwings 2E by the sounds of it. Dopey was telling us. But
Les is saying, we were commenting in the chat before Les rejoined us about the A320 with Air France. He thinks that might be a first visit with them here as well. Which, oh, hang on a minute, telescope alert.
You see, now I'm going to count. That's going to be a save because it's miles off the deck.
yeah, I'll give you a save.
You've got to give me a save. Mainly because you know you're going to get me another time. We can't shortchange Scotland's finest. I'm thinking about Alibi's suggestion around home decor. We were talking about painting, weren't we? But you see, the advantage that Loganair would have is you'd be able to accessorise it way better than some of the other alternatives.
I actually think a feature wall in Loganair tartan was my favourite suggestion out of our painting options.
Right, well, there's any number of planes transponding, but the one I spot first is Brussels one, so heading in your direction, Nell. Or do you want to have a switch round? Should we go on camera? Sure, because holding the brolly gets a bit tedious.
I think the drizzle is stopping now. I'm just being a bit cautious.
Yeah, drop the brolly now, mate. You'll be alright. You're right to be cautious, but I think we are. I don't think we've heard the last of it, but you've got to play what's in front of you, haven't you, really? So here we go, Ryanair off to Brussels. So that looks like our next departure action. What a show. I think there's been that many things in today's show, I can't even hold it in some kind of logical sequence. Trying to summarise it up. It's just been great fun. The other thing I've got to tell you folks, because it's a true story this, so Eddie was coming and then didn't think he'd be able to come, so how we left it was I was coming actually on my lonesome today. I think I might have messaged Michelle to some extent around that in reply to a comment. And anyway, long story short, packed the car up. I was running nearly 10 minutes late, so packed everything, just gone back in the house to fetch something, come back again, and as I come around the corner, lo and behold, literally coming through the gate is Eddie. So we're both closing at each other at pretty rapid speed, so I think we're both pretty startled to see each other, because at that time of the day, who would you expect to be seeing? Well, certainly from my end I was surprised. So fine margins, so obviously we're on the same trip together. I said, what are we going to do then if I gone? You were going to bin it, weren't you?
Yeah, I'd just probably been in the chat.
Well, you're not going to chase me up the A1 price of gas these days. You're never going to do that, are you? But yeah, so it's been one of those days, and I think there afterwards we were blooming heck. I saw the pyrotechnic in the sky there just before you heard the bang. Just caught my eye, but I hadn't realised where it had come from.
It's a scare off.
It's to scare off live streamers. I'll tell you what, that did start on me a touch. Don't usually catch for those, but yeah, the birds are getting a shellacking. There seems to be a lot of birds. I can hear them singing, although they're not singing as much now. So here we go, Brussels departure lining up. Alibi 58 confirms Loganair on final, so better be ready for that one. Oh, is that an old comment? Let's just check. Les tells us Sun Express on the move. I think I'll field this one first. Well, KLM are on the move, so they might not be everyone's cup of tea for a home makeover, decor-wise. KLM Blue will not be polling on that. Les, the Sun Express 737 that you flagged, I can see that too. So we've got a couple lined up imminently. As always, KLM not dallying. No dilly dally shally from KLM. And I can hear the sounds of the Sun Express next in line. So back-to-back departure action. Let's have a butcher's at that now. What do folks think of Sun Express as a livery? Easy on the eye? Bit gaudy? What do you think, folks? I can't make my mind up, if I'm honest. When I first saw it last year, I remember thinking, oh, I quite like that. I don't dislike it, and I kind of realised I'm probably a bit in between on it. But what do you think? Departure. our Sun Express gone? Coming camera? Excellent. Eddie on camera, folks. As we check out this Sun Express to Antalya, Boeing 737 800 series. Yeah, folks, see the KLM smiles all day every day, doesn't it? Well, that's interesting. Ryan is talking about a major NATO exercise. I'll stop talking when this starts to move. Largest Air Force exercise the Alliance has ever attempted. Disruption to travel in and out of German airports between the June the 12th and 23rd. Looking at Michelle's anecdote about her ex-stepson who had been sent out to get a tube of black and white stripy paint. It's right up there with the tartan paint in it. So Ryan was saying 220 aircraft, that's going to be pretty awesome stuff in those skies. 10,000 ground, air and support troops participating.
Pretty impressive.
I'll see. That is a hell of an event. What part of Germany is that in, Ryan? Because you kind of think the space on the impact on airspace would be colossal.
Sun Express went a bit long. I was expecting it to climb before it did, so sorry about the ups and downs a bit on the camera work there.
Doris is still in the chat, but we've got something heading-ish this way. Not like I see here, but we have an EasyJet flight to Paphos, A320. It's probably going to come into your shot in a minute. That looks like the next departure. And of course, what we've got incoming, we've got an incoming Jet 2 from Faroe, small number of minutes away, having departed 2 hours 40 minutes ago, or thereabouts. So that looks like the next action. Air France is patiently pinging away. Call Air France the last plane of the show?
I think so. That sounds like a good one to end on.
Want to end on something distinctive, folks. We've been absolutely fantastic, and yeah, let's do that. Air France it is. Obviously, if something else materialised that really grabbed our eye, would stick on a bit longer. But
I think it's about getting that balance between bringing action and then obviously
repeating the same stuff.
Yeah,
exactly that. That's exactly what we try to do. Keep it interesting, keep it fresh. It's short, isn't it? Comments of the exercise, Berlin all the way down to Munich. That is a good chunk of airspace.
account, like, folks. I'm cheerfully unaware. Gentle plug as always. Give us a like if you like what we're doing. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps us a lot with YouTube. Same thing. Consider subscribing if you're not yet subscribed. But anyway, by the by, you're here with us now, so thank you. Back end of the show, we are literally going to do the Air France departure, and unless something that looks exceptional but we're not expecting materialises, that will be the natural point to bring the show to a close. Then I can hear the lunch bell going in my head. Eddie's saying nothing, he's still full up from that meal he found between brunch and lunch was probably the one that did for him. Les confirms Jet 2 about to land, poking its way through. We are Paphos plane. Political bias, thank you so much, mates. Good to know. Oh, look at the contrails on that. I hope you can see that good, folks. I'll catch you. Michelle says the umbrellas are up in London, so Mal looks quite dark, so that might impact on the fly pass, yeah. Thanks, confirming this is from Friday. That's quite nice on there, isn't it? I know you're very familiar with Jet 2's livery. I don't remember tatty scones, or scones depending which way you want to do it, but plastic soldiers as a kid I used to have oodles of them. By gum. Fresh washes out of the showground, they're obviously sprucing it up for something. I don't know if there's any kind of post-coronation event planned here. Either which way, the sound you can probably hear in the background is a bit of high pressure washing. So, Paphos Express waiting to roll. Where's our Air France? It ought to be moving, hasn't it? I think that's been transponding for a while. We're all saying we'll make that the last plane of the show. We probably ought to put a blooming number against that, haven't we?
Straight into the clouds there, on its way to Paphos.
Interesting, I was just looking at the Air France, it should have gone at 12:30. Now, I don't know how long it's been transponding.
Or if that's perhaps...
I think
have we missed it?
Should we say 2:30 or the Air France, whichever the sooner?
Yeah.
Then we know where we are.
I think I can see the Air France pushing back now, actually.
Oh, well, there we are. We are all on the same page then, folks.
Let's see if I can...
Yeah, Nell, I think the forecast is for rain this afternoon, and you're right. I think that's rolling in again. What do you think, Eddie? What's your take?
Yeah, it will be.
Even the tower, I know Eddie's
be.
not on the tower at the minute, but the top of the tower is just starting to look a little bit misty.
There's that Air France tail fin. You might be able to just see it as it's pushing back there.
Yeah, it's me you're talking to, Eddie. Mr. Magoo.
Oh dear. I think you don't know Mr. Magoo is actually, now I think about it.
Tail to the west.
Yeah, so, hopefully there's not too many of you in the chat now. Well, it's bound to be, isn't it? Oh, hang on, Alibi's called Jet 2 from Malaga on final, so we need to be a bit agile on this one.
Thanks, Alibi.
Look at that, another belter. It's like he's hit the smoke button.
Donaldson was saying earlier in the chat, and it was our instinct too, we think that might be the first showing of the 220 here with Air France. So we'll be lucky in that sense as well. Nice little catch. Ryan is in with the emojis, plane of the day. We've got heavies? Have I missed that bit or am I back? Plenty of emoji action. Oh, political bias. You've been to the nuclear bunker, Kelvedon. Never been to a nuclear bunker. I know, I think I'm right here, back in the, let's say, 90s maybe, there was a lot of disinvestment from Cold War infrastructure and repurposing to some extent. I don't know to what extent the country has maintained a nuclear bunker network. Alibi confirms we're all quiet on arrivals. Nice one, Alibi. I think that naturally tees us up. I can see Scotland's finest. They're going to be on their way out with an Embraer 1452. I reckon Southampton will be a decent punt. I think we are coming to the finale we were looking for. Nice. Although, as you might expect, this one's not transponding for us. Oh, I can feel that lunchtime gong, and yeah, just favour ready, just pan to the tower so folks can get some relativity as to how it's closing in. There was no question the forecast was poorer for the afternoon, and we've had this a few times where it's kind of rolled in and rolled back. It feels a bit different, although weirdly, looking out towards the movie, see if I can recognise this on the departure board. First attempt at scrolling down, I've not. The Wookiee is now pulling out onto the taxiway, folks, so stand by for the finale. Yeah, I think Les, I think the tower's taking a bit of weight now in terms of the view. Certainly if you're up there, it's not looking quite as panoramic as you would normally expect. Yeah, PB, do you glow in the dark? I'm going to miss you all on the way back, trust me. It's just such a good way to spend some time. Planes are good people. Thank you so much. Yeah, Ken, it's definitely a ghosty, a Casper, as Simon Kirby likes to call them. Right, well, we've got eyes on the Wookiee. Thinking this
Loganair's probably going to turn and go straight away. We probably can get a cake and eat it. Yeah, I think I'd probably find a way of streaming in black and white Rhino without attempting it, if I'm honest. I'm always looking to explore the parameters of what's possible. Right, that's not turning it going, is it? That is inching it. What's going on? We all realise that I've promised the show to conclude in a minute. Do you know what I'd do, Eddie? I'd take the Air France Wookie that's coming, and I'll give you a tap when the Embraer's about to start rolling, because you'll get a nice shot of it as it passes the 5 training fuselage. Now Michelle, I think, once we get back, nice spot of tea. I always say Air France looks good anyway. Loganair is about to start rolling. Well, principal bias for me for lunch, I've got a couple of cobs in the car. I'm not sure what's in them. Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation put them up for me. Well, I bet Eddie will tax me for one of them, so I might only have one, to be fair. Some fruits. I think I saw a bag of French fries in there as well. Enough to get me down where I want.
They're disappearing into the cloud quite quickly now, and they're also getting steam when I'm talking as well, so definitely a bit of a shift on the weather.
It's definitely that. We've got everything we could get out of today, folks, weather-wise. So we're really grateful for your indulgence, particularly on the late start. It's never a good look to start late, but we were really wanting to. We didn't want to bug out of here without giving ourselves a shot at it, did we? And actually, on this occasion, it's worked out okay. Trying to scare more birds, or
it's just someone parked up beeping
trying to
their
attract
horn.
the attention of somebody else. I mean, there's cars dotted around here, folks. As you can imagine, it's, you know, always going to be popular with spotters, but it's not busy. Although this there's no rush here for a plane that's, well, obviously it's on probably about 7 different flight plans since it first was scheduled to go. So here we are, folks. Final plane of the show. Final plane of the show. And what a good one it is to finish on. We like our heavies here, that goes without saying, but we also like what's different. And to be fair, put a 220 in an Air France livery, it's pretty classy, Eddie. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's one of those classics, isn't it? Air France, you can put it in with Air France, KLMs, British Airways. They're the classic Lufthansa's, classic kind of flag carriers that are always great to see.
Go, Wookie. Spencer's asked for it, and on command, Ken, you got it.
impressive now, W. Impressive. Michelle, you keep us here till dark. Although we do a nice line in the home of the one more very delayed plane. Yeah, and Alibi's right about the dampness and arthritis. There's no question about that. The things that you don't feel when you're younger, you definitely do when you're older. Right, let's have a quick look, see, because I would always indulge Michelle if I was literally looking at another plane taxiing interview, but I can't, so I reckon we'll close out to the show, shall we? If a plane turns up while I'm rambling on, we will. I'm just going to zoom us out, folks. Actually, it's starting to drizzle, is that right, Eddie?
Yeah, it's drizzling a bit.
Drizzle, folks. I think we literally have taken everything out of the day. Right, well, there we were, folks. That is the Saturday show from Edinburgh. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to share this with you, and Eddie as well. I mean, I know you don't do camera, but do you want to add anything quickly?
Yeah, it's been brilliant to share it all with you again. Another week, back-to-back weeks for me actually. So it's been great seeing everyone in the chat, talking to everyone. Aircraft's been amazing. Triple 757s, 787, 767, 737s. Really been a great day, so thank you everyone.
And right, I'm just going to say, as I always do, I mean, I'll put it in the newsletter I'll put out later because my head is a bit scrambled, so if I've missed anybody, anything, you know it's never on purpose. But I was just looking at my notebook, so actually what I do, because I hate missing anybody out, so if you've done anything for us in the chat, or, you know, donated or whatever, it's the worst feeling ever if you get home and realise that somehow you didn't acknowledge it. So I'm just going to canter down my list. My handwriting is truly appalling. My hands were so cold earlier. Back to Alibi's point about damp weather and arthritis, it really is not easy. Anyway, Mad Matic, I don't know if you're still with us, incredibly generous. A couple of gifted donations, membership, Brian Pounder and Simon Kirby being the recipients. Ken Alloway, who also donated a membership to Cadge Corp, thank you. Reiner super chatted us. Adam Smith super chatted us, and if I mispronounce anything here names wise, it's because my handwriting's appalling. Les Donaldson super chatted us. Ken donated the membership. Synergy of Life, Les Donaldson, although he didn't know it at the time, got it, so that's excellent. Colin Lee's Heart super chatted us, super generous. Michelle Johnson, another good friend to the channel, a generous super chat. Dopey Gore donated a membership to our Australian friend John with his kangaroo emojis. Turning the pages again, just have a look, going the wrong direction with my notebook. Now I do apologise, my pen stopped here. I'd like to say it's Chris Cotton who's joined us aviator class. That's American, Chris in America.
Pasadena. I think he's from Pasadena.
Pasadena, smashing stuff. Foxy B has joined us in aviator class. Reiner's come in again with a super chat. You know, I'm going to take my hat off to you because that's exactly as it should be. And DB Bassman as well. One and all, there you go. I ought to put it back on, but I'll never get it back on one-handed. Listen, you've been absolutely fabulous. It's been a pleasure to be in your company. Sorry about the late start, but I think folks understand that. I'm not sure when the next show's going to be. We'll work it out when we've looked at the forecast. So we might do a pop-up from Newcastle. Either which way, we won't be long before we're back out there because I get withdrawal symptoms. It's a bit tougher for Eddie because obviously, like many of you, he's got a day job to do. So whatever you're doing with the rest of the weekend, stay safe, have fun, and can't wait to catch up with you next time. See you all.